Some of it worked. What? Yeah, okay. Right. シケナルメツ大光明。お願いします。All right, welcome everybody. Thanks for coming, and thanks for everybody out there too. You know, how many of you got to do some of the preparatory video work stuff? Yeah, good. So the theme for this series of seminars is kind of picking up from the previous one. The previous one was going from 0 to 1. So the conflict is not taken off. You close the distance and you get to contact. That's 0 to 1. This theme is 1 to 2. So you've had contact, and now you're in the eye of the hurricane. So you're in the danger zone, and you got to go from contact to control. So no contact to contact, contact to control. That's where we're going from, contact to control, which means you're in close, it's all very, very fast, and you won't have time for visual observation and clinical cognition of what's going on. It's going to be reflex. It's going to be reflex at this speed. Now, yes, of course, even when we're very close, if we stop moving and we stand there and we're looking at each other, we can start to feel like we have time to figure things out and do other stuff. But the point of doing these drills is like, we don't want that period where we're just standing there staring at each other at arm's length away. At that period, action is happening, and we want to make sure that we get our reflexes to move up into that level of handling what's appropriate. So this is again, we talk about this kamiwaza, this divine guidance for your technique. We want to, the way you do that is you have to get out of the way of yourself. In other words, get your conscious brain out. We say mushin, but it's not just mushin. It's really the conscious brain of trying to figure out A plus B equals C, C minus B equals A, this kind of thing, getting out of that mind and letting your responses become appropriate. And the only way your responses become appropriate, we say your intuition, is you have to train your intuition. Nobody's born with an intuition. You're born with instincts, but you're not born with intuition. Intuition is trained. So that's why if you have experts in a field, their intuition is just generally way better than people who are not experts. It's because they've trained their intuition. So that's what we want to do, is train our intuition in a moment. Okay, so although the theme is just 1 to 2, you know, during the weekend, we'll also be doing some 0 to 1. We'll do some 2 to 3, but mostly we're focusing on this 1 to 2, from contact to control. Does that make sense to everybody? So in order to get into this, the first part that we have to do is we're going to go back through some of the preparatory video training stuff, because some people had questions, that's one. But the other is, it's just great warm up to get our brain and our nervous system attuned to what we're trying to get to. So let's start with this. We're going to start with the fill in the blank drill, right? And the easiest thing to do is get some room. You can spread out. You can come over here. You can be back over there. You know, some of you could be over this way. Just make sure that you got enough room not to whack the person next to you. So all I'm going to do is I'm just going to raise my hand like that. And when I do, I want you to take your right hand like you're a gunslinger, and you're going to go and point it. And you can do the cool hip thing too. That's in this hat, right? Right. So but you're going to point your hand at it, okay? So when I just raise my hand, boom. Now, what I want you to do is not go, I see Sensei is raising his hand, therefore I'm, you know, and 10 minutes later you raise your hand. What I want you to do is, it's a reaction test. You guys ever take those things? Like when the blue light, push the button. I want you to be like that. So when I raise my hand, yeah, I want, bam, I want that instantaneous reaction. Okay? Good. You're way, way, way slow. You need some coffee or something? Good. So now, as you're doing this is not rocket science. You can use your left hand, but this time you're going to shoot it out, and then I want you to use your scapula and just push it forward. So you're just going to go boom. So you may rotate a little bit. That's fine. But basically we're going, and you're trying to, what you imagine is you're almost going to project your hand through the air to hit my hand. Make sense? So I'm going to give you a little bit of help. Start here. Yeah, no, start here. So here's a habit that people bring into Bujinkan. The Bujinkan did not create this habit. People brought it in. And it's this. And begin. Got my hand up. Where's this hand? Exactly. Okay, so here. Fast. Good. Now, next piece. What's the next piece? Do you know? So watch Hiromi. Follow through. Yeah, so there's two ways to do this. Dante did that one. Can you do that again, Dante? So his left hand shooting forward and his right foot. So he's going and he's catching himself. The other way you can do it is the other way. Yeah, so same side, same foot. So you can go practice both. Okay, whichever one. Can you raise your hand? Hiromi's going to be the hand raiser. I need a drink. Yes.
So towards that, not just in total. Where is your? 多分意味分かってない。これのあるところに出さないでみんなそこだけやってる。
Aim for Hiromi's hand. There you go. What are you doing? Okay, now again, I want to show you something, right? So just hold your arm up here a minute, right? So I want you to think, put this other hand right here. You're here, and you've got to point at that. This is a habit. The reason I'm trying to get past this habit is this. Just come over here a bit so the camera can also capture this, right? Don't move. Just put your hand there, right? Put your hand here. It's fine. Okay, so that they can kind of see. No, Robbie, please move. Is if I'm here, step out of the way, Robbie, and I go, see, I run into her arm because I'm leaving my elbow locked and my arm stiff, and I'm going. Many of you are doing this. What I'm saying is, you need to be able to go.
Because the start position must be there.
Yeah. So if I said a gunslinger, has anyone ever had a gun in a holster and practiced getting the gun out of the holster? Just imagine that you got it low like the gunslinger style. It didn't come out like this. That's not how the gun came out. Not the 6-shooters. They do have some breakaway holsters that are different, right? Probably because people with bad habits. But everyone else is doing this. Pulling the gun out of the holster far enough that it clears, and then it comes up. Notice my arm is bent, right? Then it clears and comes up and shoots out. So when you're doing Robbie, please, I'm teaching, all right? Oh, this is a gun? Okay, good boy. So here, you see this is super long, right? It's got to come out, and then, so you've seen this before. The hands are coming together here, right? This comes in and goes, whoop, that. Not this. Okay, we want to get out of this habit. You see, it's like just a bad postural, it's a laziness kind of thing. And so we want to be able to bend our arm and get it going. If you're going to punch, you wouldn't punch like this. Well, yes, I have seen it. Okay, but the punch actually comes up and then aims at the thing and then fires out. Make sense? Mm-hmm. So do this with your hand. Try to think about oh, boom, boom. Okay, not just. So this is just a drill, right? But try to add usefulness beyond just a drill. Like, okay, I want to be a puncher. Because you're never going to punch like that. And although that's part of the drill, and you could successfully do the drill doing that, don't. Make it more useful for yourself, okay? Thank you, Robbie.
Thank you, Robbie.
He's actually better than I anticipated. Okay, so go ahead. Raise your hand. Yeah. Nice. Cool. Now we're going to add a little variation to this. Okay, so you stand over there. She's still going to raise her hand. I just want to be the one doing this here. I want you to stand where you can see her out of the corner of your eye. And so Hidami raises her hand, right? So now we're not just going forward. We're actually starting to lean and go back. Because the goal is fill in the blank. So when she pulls her hand, it's almost like she's pulling you into this space. Okay, go ahead. Wait, Mark, can you just do it? Can you do it? Just watch him just a minute. Do it. So which part of his body's moving first? Arm. Yeah. So what? Yeah, his knees are unlocking, but what part is moving towards her hand first? His hand. So there's a tendency to go like this. Like if I'm going there, is to go. So guys, here's an interesting thing. A lot of this stuff that we're doing, you're like, well, what if this and what if that and what about this? What I'm trying to show you is, and this is what Soke's, he does, like, you don't know exactly what they're going to do. Even though we're this close, okay? Put your hands up. I don't know exactly what she's going to do, okay? I don't know. But the interesting thing is this. If I'm here and she starts to like quickly pull either one of your hands back. Now, what I've done, and this is the interesting thing you need to think about. I've put something in the space that the launch pad needs to go through. So what's the launch pad for her fist? What? It's the shoulder. So what I just did is, as she pulls that back, don't move, I'm going. Now, this shoulder's right here, okay? I'm not trying to stop the shoulder like this. What I'm doing is, I know that this shoulder is going to come through this space to punch me. If it stays back here, it can't punch me. It's going to come through the space. So what I'm doing is, attached to that is going to be this hand. Wherever it could be here, could be here, could be here, could be here, could be wherever it is. I don't care, because what I'm going to do is pull it back again. Whoop. I've come here now. When this start to bring the punch forward, see how I've essentially taken all the space around the launch pad for the punch. I've owned that so that it can't come over here because I've owned that. Okay. And if it goes over there, I'm okay with that. If it goes, no, your punch. Like that? If it goes over there, that's fine. I don't care. So I'm not blocking it from going over there because I'm over here. What I'm blocking is this. This hand is also right by the shoulder, but also going so that I can take the whole structure with the shoulder away. But essentially, if this was a sword that I had, I'm putting it in front of this shoulder area, knowing that the shoulder's got to move through the space so I can contact it with my weapon, whatever the weapon is. In this case, it's my hands. So we're here. As she pulls back the punch, I'm just going. So whatever punch she does right now, let's say her hand is out like this. Okay? So go ahead and punch. You see what I'm saying? So go ahead and punch. See what happens? So this is what I'm trying to get us to. Now, what is this shape? This is the shape that we're talking about. So in nature, you have a thing called a flinch reflex that activates under a stress response. And our stress response has us do basically one of two things. Okay? Or, so if you see something flying at you, you instinctively go, the hands come up, they bend, they collapse in, they come up to protect. Maybe down to protect, right? And then sometimes you're like, oh, you feel like you need to stop it. If you feel like you can stop it from getting on, you're like, whoa. So like when you start to fall, your hands shoot out to do this. You slip, the hands are going towards the thing, right? So you have this two central reflexes. Arms spasm out, arms spasm in. We use that, but it only works when you're being taken past your flinch reflex threshold. So when you drive a car for the first time, you flinch reflex all over the place. Too much of the foot on the gas, too much of the foot on the brake, too much of the steering wheel to the right, too much to the left. Forget stick shift and clutches and everything like that. Just maintaining equilibrium of those brake, gas, and steering wheel is difficult at the beginning. You're just flinch. But after a while, you're going down the street, steering with your knee, right? Reaching into the back seat, getting the cheeseburger you left there the other day, right? Playing with the radio. Meanwhile, driving this vehicle that you're about to die in, Paul, and didn't die today. Yeah, right? This song is great. You got to hear this song. I can listen to it when I'm alive. So as you're doing this thing, you lose that flinch reflex because you become accommodated to it. So in this training, I'm trying to get us accommodated to the stress so that instead of being here and instead of being here, we're here. Okay, so you may say, this is like Totoku Hoshi. So that the sword that you're being shielded, you're hidden and shielded by the sword, form of a cannon. I know, super gay sounding, right? It's like the Wonder Twins power activate kind of thing, but it's this. So when you start to think about, it's this. It's this. And then remember, you're hidden behind this. You're hidden behind this. So as we're coming into this position, we're going, and you're hidden behind this. We're not going like, well, your face is going to get smashed. You're actually hidden behind it. So the training is to learn to keep this and not go, you see why this is not good, right? And the training is to not go, because you're not going to stop the thing from just crashing into you. Does that make sense? So I'm not going to keep beating this horse with this drill because it is just a drill. But if you do it enough, you start to get some really good, useful things out of it. Okay? So let's just take a couple more minutes. You can keep the same partners. Think about, you're trying to go, jump. See how I have both of these are here? So this one just is like that. Because my left shoulder is slightly farther forward, my left hand is farther forward. This is also known as ichimonji. Okay, this is not rocket science. I know in our books we had like, you put this here and you put this here, and this comes around and comes in here, or here, or here, or here, depending on the ryuha. And as Soke wrote in his book, Jinsei Mutadori, he's like, a lot of people like to say, like, I studied this ryuha and that ryuha, and I got certificates from this, and I have these menkyo, and this, that, and he's like, and none of that matters. It's like, none of that means anything.
It's collector.
It's just like, yeah, it's a collector. I got seashells. They're really awesome. Can you swim? No, but I got lots of seashells. They're really cool. All right, so let's go back to this and try to control the area that shoulder's got to go through, because you know it's going to go through there. So just try to control that. You're going to be afraid, but like Dom said, you got to kind of trust that this Totoku Hoshi works. And then, because sometimes we screw it up, right? As the attacker, try not to actually punch the dog shit out of your partner. Give them all the dynamics of it, right? So do your technique. So I'm gonna do it to you, right? So I'm gonna go, okay? See how I'm moving fast, but there's no impact. Take the impact out, but give them the speed. Give them the fear signal, but just take the impact out. Unless your partner wants impact, that's okay too. Okay? Try that a little bit. GoPro, stop recording. All right, so I was just talking with Dan, he's on the Zoom there, and he mentioned a point that needs to be said, and that is this. Like, if Hiromi's here, right, and she's got her hands on me, and she's gonna, as she pulls back, watch, I'm gonna exaggerate this so you can see it, because if I don't exaggerate it, you won't see it. When she pulls back, I'm going, okay, and as she punches, you see where I'm getting to every time? I'm always getting here, but now watch. So just pull back and punch, right? I already have it. Do you see how I'm getting back to that shoulder? Now, you say, well, but Hiromi's just little, so Dom, can I borrow you? So Dom's here, right, and he does his thing. You see how, as soon as that punch goes, you see where I'm at, right? Let the punch unleash. So I got it. Then I'm going to do this. Why? What's he got to do now? He's got to take a step, and I'm already into his where he's in a nightmare. He doesn't want me here, okay? So, yeah. So he don't me just said the itadakimasu, which is what you say when you sit down to eat. Someone gives you food, you say itadakimasu, which is basically thank you for this gift of your life. You know, I had to kill this animal. Thank you for giving up your life for me to eat. I had to kill these plants. Thank you for giving up your life for me to eat you plants, right? Yeah. So thank you for giving me your shoulder. But I'm getting to the shoulder. Okay. I'm not trying to block a punch. I'm trying to get control of the master controller of my opponent in a way that they don't perceive it, don't feel it, and it happens so quickly. It's like I'm here, they pull back the punch, and then I'm behind them. So this is the goal that we're trying to get to in this, all right? So let's take about a 5-minute break and get some liquid, this weird stuff flowing around, and then we'll come back in, okay? GoPro, stop recording. Man, I don't know why it's shutting off. Okay, I'm listening, Mike.
So for the, once we've redirected the shoulder control, we bring our totoku into play to redirect it. How much solidity do we use in our
in the totoku?
Yes.
So that's a good question. So you're, in essence, you're here and you're hiding behind it just like that, but not from their face, from where their punch is going to be coming. And so you can be like a little, you can have a little bit of just a little bit of suppleness, not flippy floppy, not concrete, but just a little bit of suppleness, but not moving too much. So that when they hit, you know, it can trigger a little bit of a pushback into their head. So it's like, just that. So it's a subtle thing, and it's hard to get through the screen. It's hard to get through video, right? But it's a feeling of pressure. And that's why I said the way of using the hand here is you use this part to make contact, and then as you're pushing with this part, this is also coming through it, and then at the last moment, the fingers curl. And so that constant pressure causes them to twist. So that same feeling is in this totoku, where you're doing this and you're going like, right? So you're in here, okay? Oh.
I noticed that when you do it, to me, it looks like when you use your fist, your mind still has the open hand and the finger. It looks like the fist is a progression. It looks like first you would want to start with your hands open to feel the shape. And then once you know that shape,
so it actually starts like this, yeah, and it goes like this, and then it opens up. I'm only closing the fist so no one gets their finger smashed. It is this. Exactly. It's here, here, here.
So this is almost like a...
Yeah, now lean, so now feel that. So even that was too much of you, so just like, now come on, wrap around a little bit more. Feel that? Feel I'm starting to go? Now you don't fall. Yeah, so just like you're the weight at the end of a rope, and it's hooked on my, feel that? So even though I'm pushing against it, feel that? Now just let yourself take your step.
So I got the first time.
You've got to go first. So again, I'll just do this here. It's just literally just stand there, just feel this, right? So it's nothing. It's this. Feel I don't put any pressure here. You're kind of doing this. Feel that? I'm just like I'm attached, and then I'm going, and then now it's too late.
Right.
And see how my foot beats you to the punch.
Right.
So like if you actually did punch me, right? I'd be like boom. See I'm already here. I've already fallen into that because that next one's coming.
Right.
So it's ukemi. It's I just forgot the name, like Stimiwaza technique, right? So it's tight. So you know, I'm not gonna do it to you, but you know this from Kumiuchi, right? When I'm gonna throw him, I first fall, stimiwaza, sacrifice throw. So it literally goes. There's no, I'm not pulling you yet. I don't pull. I'm only gonna do it. Then I'm gonna drop. It goes like that moment, right? But what everyone's doing right now is they're doing this, right? They're pulling from the beginning. Yes, until it's too late.
So what I'm seeing, correct if I'm wrong, is that most people are pulling towards the center.
Yes.
Where you're pushing away from the center.
Yeah, that's right. And this is all the subtle hand thing. I'm like, okay, how much explanation of that hand do I need to give? Yes, it's literally that. So it's like, right? But remember, you're turning to punch me at the same time, right? So go ahead. And that's why that ends up hooking on there. If you were just standing there and I did it, you would turn that way. But you're turning to get me. That's why it makes you go, bro. Yes. No, please. No, it's good. No, dude, we're good.
Most people tend to try to just pull towards their center, which is where you don't want anything coming. You want it away from center. So what I felt was that you continue to push away from your center, and then with that, as you're extending, you're
Yeah. That's right.
So just as long as you're not pulling them closer to your bicep,
So guys, Mark had a good point. Can you just say your point?
So
Write it on the calendar.
based on what I'm feeling, Rob is not pulling towards his center, which is the worst thing you can do in a fight, especially if they have weapons, right? You don't want to pull. And most people, when what they're doing is they're engaging their pectoral muscles and they're engaging their biceps, so that brings them to the center. Now you're dealing with the fight. What Rob is doing is he's extending, and then he can control where he's going. And the feeling that I had was the same as for when we do shakoken, where we strike that way. That's what I felt when he did it, was this.
It's that, and because now at the same time, I'm going to be turning to punch him, right? So as he does that, when I'm turning to punch, you see it puts me right here. If I'm not turning to punch, he's just going to make me go over there. So he does it see, I go like this. That's what he's doing. That's what I'm doing. But because there's also someone turning to punch you, I don't fall away from him. I can't fall towards him. Instead, I'm falling like if there's this line that we're on a train track line. As I'm rotating, he does this. We're just kind of moving down the parallel tracks, and he's just right here. It's like, okay. Does that make sense? So his point of don't try and pull him onto you. You're actually beginning a push away, but they're turning towards you, so they won't actually. It doesn't even look like they're pushing away. That's probably why everyone's getting thrown off, because it looks like pulling towards me, but it's not, which is, again, this deception built into ninjutsu of what it looks like and what it is almost always the opposite, okay? So try this again. You're kind of like, push, hook, and then they move flat, okay? Try that. Thanks, Mark. That was good. Let me feel what you're doing, Paul. Okay. I just want to feel what you're doing. So I ran into this part of your arm. You did something wrong. So with the heel of your palm, take out the slack. More. Feel that? Now get ready. That.
Yeah.
But that's secondary.
You're the
But
first person that got that far, actually. So,
this is the first person who goes, right? So you need to be that. So see, feel that? Now I go,
Well, also, this is way farther.
Toe, knee, elbow, shoulder.
Yeah.
This is all on the line.
My shoulder is down farther, which
Yes.
this up.
Yes. So now you're actually hidden behind this. Before, you may be like this,
Here.
right?
But
Yeah.
This.
Yes.
This.
So shoulder and elbow, hip, knee, foot, all in the same piece. Okay. If you're like this, it's kind of wrong.
Excellent.
What I'm doing wrong or what we're a little guidance.
I'm pulling in.
Let me feel what your hand pressure feels like first. There's your problem. Okay, so this is, I'm gonna do a little bit harder.
Okay.
Understand? So the pressure on Wayne right now, you are, hang on, don't do anything, Wayne. You're just here.
Okay.
There's no pressure here. You need this first,
Okay.
right? So as Wayne turns the punch, right? So he just goes along that path. It's exactly what Mark was saying.
Right.
It's literally exactly the thing. What people are doing is they're going,
Yeah, that's what
right?
I'm doing. Yeah.
So instead, first, feel it's moving away. Feel that, right?
Okay. Yeah. Cool.
That's the answer.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, if you see that, you know, I know you don't want to interfere or teach or something like that, but I don't care about that.
I hate to be loud.
But I can't, you know. Well, the other thing is like, how many times can I say it? You know what I'm saying? So it's like, maybe Mark says it, someone will get it.
The other thing too is that what people forget is that like the person who's attacking, they're the teaching side.
Yeah.
They're not the I'm gonna get you side. They're the teaching side for the person who's doing the kata, so they can learn it.
Right.
If you're trying to outwit them, what I'm seeing a lot of is like they're trying to outwit them by punching them, and it's like no, you're the teaching side. You're not the winning side. You're the losing
Right.
side. So you're supposed to help them learn how to win.
Right.
And that
Otherwise,
coordination
so
is always off.
yes, that is exactly right, and we need that until we don't need that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Right,
And then at some point it's like,
exactly.
okay, do whatever you want. I'm going to
Yeah.
control it.
But then at that point,
But first, they got to have
yeah.
a sense of success.
Yeah, if we're learning the
Yeah.
process of moving,
Yeah.
play the game, play the role.
Play the game. Yeah.
Yeah.
For now.
Yeah, for now.
Like these are just drills. This is not the fight yet. Yeah. Exactly.
Learn how to do this all now.
Yeah.
It's like,
That's right. That's right.
have at it.
It's like you're trying to teach your kid to ride a bike.
Right.
You're like, go, kick. You know, it's like, oh, of course. He's never going to ride that bike.
What training wheels?
What training wheels? Go.
And I've loosened the handlebars for you too.
Right. I greased it all up. It's perfect.
Yeah, the interesting thing about what I learned through the D1a stuff is the body can't control two directions at the same time.
That's right.
All right. Now, great job.
Creating so much.
Take a breather for a sec.
Wow.
What was your experience?
It's constant pressure,
Constant pressure.
which is good.
Mm-hmm.
How are you creating that much?
So we'll get to that in a sec. There's a couple things I want you to notice. One, okay, you guys have been moving around a little bit, but you haven't necessarily been, getting ready for a lift. We took Alex from just having had lunch from 0 to 100% effort at a max level in less than 20 seconds, very, very safely. Did you feel unsafe in that movement at all?
No.
You just lifted more weight overhead than you've ever lifted in the gym because I overloaded you eccentrically. So you got a stimulus that you cannot physically get in the gym, right? Thirdly, that amount of stress that you just put into your system, like the level of fatigue was quite high, I would assume. Would you agree with that? Yeah. Now the last thing to notice is normally when you lift really heavy, I don't know if any of you guys have the experience of lifting heavy. Normally what you do is you lift really heavy, then you leave the gym, or before you leave the gym, you need to spend time unwinding those tissues because they're so knotted up. What we did here is when he was fighting and pressing up against that, we were literally pulling the actin and myosin fibers apart in the muscle belly. So he's actually got something that's more effective as a stretch by that kind of lifting than actually stretching. So while he might be actually fatigued, if you move your shoulder around, you might actually feel like it's feeling like a little bit more free. Yes, I mean the studies all show that with repeated bouts of eccentric loading, you will increase ranges of motion because what actually happens is because you're pulling the actin and myosin fibers apart, what happens is your body adapts by actually creating more muscle sarcomeres in series. So you actually lengthen the muscle belly. So it's not about just pulling on the origin and insertion of the muscle. You're actually getting the muscle to adapt, not by just getting stronger, but also by getting longer. Right? So that's part of the protective injury. The other aspect of that is the tendons and ligaments all experienced a very high degree of stress. And that protects you against a lot of the impact injuries that you might have, whether they be contact or non-contact. Does that make some sense? So to answer your question, how do we do that, right?
Yeah.
So the beauty of this is that it tracked his strength. So let's say on that first one, I'm gonna give you all kinds of credit. He lifted 850 pounds on the first one, right?
No way.
Okay, right? But so realistically speaking, let's say you did go up at 100, right? I pulled you down at probably in the ballpark of 150, okay? Your second rep was weaker than your first, but we changed none of the resistance. It just matched his capability, right? So whether you're in rehab or you're trying to get super, super strong and you're really fit, if you can only lift 5 pounds of weight, this is gonna match you exactly. I didn't create the resistance, you created the resistance. So the analogy is like this. So if you and I are on an uphill slope and there's a car parked in neutral, right? It starts rolling down the hill, right? You're gonna press against it. You're gonna lose that battle, right? That car is gonna push you down the hill, right? Most likely. Now, I'm gonna give you more credit, right? Let's say he can press with 300 pounds of force. I'm a smaller dude. I'm not gonna get that much force. Maybe I get 150 out. But what's the result? I'm gonna end up in the same place as you. I might get there a little faster, right? So what's happening here is you're creating the force by pushing into this handle, right? This control strap just controls this movement. Now, I can do that with one finger, even though you're a lot stronger than me probably, because I have a mechanical advantage of 4-to-1.
It's storing the energy.
It's, imagine pressing against the wall, right?
Yeah.
Press as hard as you can against the wall, right? Great. Now, is the wall actually creating resistance for you, or what's happening? You're actually generating force into the wall and it's just not yielding, correct? Yeah. Now imagine you're pressing as hard as you can and I have like a trash compactor that can actually, like from Star Wars, right? That can push into you, right? Mm-hmm. That's gonna impart that resistance onto you, but it's gonna be your maximal force. So just to show you, push up.
So it's matching you.
It's matching you. So go ahead and do your other arm, right? And face the other way. Let's face the other way, right? So go up to your top, right? All the way up top and scoot back a little bit so you're in line with that. There you go. And rotate towards me a little bit. There you go. Perfect. Good. Good. Okay, now just go at 50%. Just stay at 50%, not 100%, 50%, right? Now let's go down to 30%. Just press at 30%, whatever your 30% is. So now he's pressing at 30% of his ability level. So maybe it's 30 pounds, right? It's matching him exactly. Now, even though he thinks he's pressing up at 30%, this eccentric load is much heavier, much, much heavier. He can't even perceive it, right? Now I can shift him and say, okay, give me everything you got. Do not let me win. Now he's at 100%. I still own him. I still own him, right? I own him and he can't win. It's very frustrating. But here's what we're trying to do in the gym. When we go to the gym, we are literally trying to figure out what reps and sets we need to do to get our body to adapt, to either put more muscle on, burn fat, whatever it is, right? What we're doing here is just condensing that into a really, really succinct stimulus, right? So we don't do reps and sets here. We do about 60 to 90 seconds on this thing, and you are tapped. You are done, and you don't do that movement again for about 5 days, right? So it's super, super efficient, okay?
Ask a question, why not more than 5 than that? In other words, why that length of time?
So the simple answer is you burn through all your fuel sources. If you want a deeper answer, that is basically you have 3 muscle fiber types, type 1, type 2a, and type 2b. They all work on different fuel sources, right? So when we go at 100% at max capacity for him, right, he starts using all 3 muscle fiber types, type 1, type 2a, and type 2b. For the first 6 to 10 seconds, the type 2bs were working, but they burn through creatine, phosphate, and glycogen. Those are their 3 fuel sources. He burns through those. Once that's done, they just stop working. So they're out. They're done. Now you're left with the next 2 tiers of muscles, and then you systematically go through their fuel sources. In the end, that's you have basically worn through and fatigued every muscle fiber that you can with a very high degree of neural drive. And that's what takes 5 to 7 days to recover. If you do wear out your type 2B muscle fibers, it takes 5 to 7 days for them to fully recover before they're ready to go again.
What is the consequence of doing it, let's say, day 3?
So great question. The analogy of that is this. Like, so let's say I get a cut on my arm, right? It bleeds, it starts to scab over. Now, if I say I want to get rid of that, right? And I pick it off, I just restart that process. The skin needs time to regenerate so that it can be at its best, right? So if I work out again prior to that, nothing horrible is going to happen, but you're going to reset that healing process. So in any lifting, you've probably heard that recovery is a huge aspect to progress, right? It's a huge aspect. And so if you continue to peel the scab off, you're not going to progress. Now, that is the most, thank you, Alex.
Thank you.
That is the most efficient way to use this. If you want to use this in your daily practice, so you can use it for activations, you can use it for cool downs, you can use it for rehab, you can use it for very sport specific things. So baseball players use it for very specific things that are appropriate for their sport. Now, I don't know enough about martial arts to know what kind of things to devise that would be fun to explore that might actually help you guys understand. Like, so there's the muscular part and then there's the neurological part of, could we devise movements on this that actually help you understand some of the things that we were even talking about today, right? This movement and allowing yourself to make those movements. I don't know the answer to that, but that's how we've done it in a bunch of other sports.
So if you're by yourself, who does the resistance?
So he was just showing you what happens there. What? Fantastic question. So
Do I tell my wife to tie on the back of the car, she pulls down the driveway?
that's exactly how you do it. Thank you. I'm done. No. So the way this works is, if I want to do this by myself, what most people will do is try and do the same movement with both arms. You can't do that. So what I can do is use this arm travels a much further distance. If you notice, that pulls this arm down. So no matter how strong I am with this arm, I will always win with this arm. So if I'm pressing up, right, I'm pressing up with all my might here, and I'm just controlling it with one finger, literally. If I stop moving this arm, I'm doing a full max isometric right now, right? And then I can continue to let it go, and then I can change directions. And I can change directions, and no matter how much I resist that, my arm's getting pulled down. So that's that eccentric overload that's extremely safe, without a spotter, without any weights. And this thing, so this is just one, the overhead press is one example. You can do essentially almost any movement that you want to and load it to max capacity. So it's brutal.
So I have these things.
Yes.
And one of the exercises that I want. Say again? Yeah. One of the. Well, I'll show you the part that's beyond me. So one of the exercises I want to do. I want to simulate walking backwards, pulling a sled.
Yep. Okay.
So with knees over toes and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So I tried it yesterday, and I adapted and figured out a relative using the harness, the waist harness you can attach here.
Yep.
And I adapted something that had me moving back and forth one leg at a time, and I thought worked pretty darn well for that.
Yeah, and that's.
I got an eccentric load in the process.
Yeah. So very similar to that. I assume you devised a movement similar to what. So NBA players, for instance, one of their biggest injuries is patellar issues, patellar tendonitis, patellar problems, right? Because they're always doing these hard stick movements, right? And changing direction forward and back, even laterally. So one of the movements we designed for them was I'll just show you. And it's going to be very similar to probably what you set up, which is.
I didn't think to just get a hold of you and ask you to do it. That probably would have been the smart thing to do.
No, but see. But that's the beauty of that. Is once you get the concepts of how this works, you can create movements that sort of fit any need, right? So these NBA players, one of the things that they will do for patellar tendonitis is eccentric loading. They'll put them in a quad extension machine, and then they'll lift it up for them, and then they'll have to lower it down slowly. That's great, but it doesn't really engage the rest of the nervous system that you will actually use when you're decelerating. So when I'm stopping, I'm stopping all this energy going forward. My quads, my anterior tib, my gastroc, my soleus, all these muscles are starting to have to react in some way.
It's all working, theoretically. Okay, so now we're going to do some hard stuff. Do we have some foamy knives?
Foamy knife.
Okay.
Two over there.
we were doing a lot of drills, guys, and you know, at the end of the day, you just got to play. You just got to play. So you know, we're just gonna play. So Hiromi's here. I'm gonna be attacker. Now we're not gonna play super crazy balls to the wall right now, but we are gonna play. So here's the first of this. I'm just gonna come in, and I'm starting here. You're going to totoku and move and be appropriate. Okay. So I'm just gonna go. Okay. So see how she flinched? It's because I freaked her out, and that's okay. So she's training. So it's like. Now, I'm not making it super difficult. You guys see, I'm just like a do-do, do-do, psych, do-do, you know, a little high, but I'm not going crazy yet. I'm not like, right? I'm doing simple. So can you get some foam stuff and just play with this a little bit, and then we'll keep moving on from this. I'll keep fixing you every few minutes. GoPro, stop recording. It's okay.
Papa, let's train together.
Okay, but give me a moment. Oh, there's Raj. Watch out. See, that's what happens when you're training together, Robbie. You got to be careful. Right? No. Don't dodge.
Can it be either?
Pick one. So, guys, pick one arm for your totoku. Yeah, I mean, eventually, yes, it's either one, but pick either your left or your right, whichever one.
2 knives, 1 knife per. 1 knife per.
1 knife per. Just one person has a knife. I mean, when we get going, 2 people have a knife. But right now, we're just and pick one arm for your totoku. Okay, and real quickly, you got an elbow, right? Real quickly, can you guys do this? I want to show you what the goal of this one thing we're doing right now is. Can you guys do it? And in here in front of the camera, kind of like this. Yeah, good. Okay, so watch. His left arm is his totoku arm. Pay attention to it. Okay, stop. So you guys see what's happening is it's moving out of here. This is normal and good because it's the beginning of the thing. What I want you to be able to do is keep your elbow pointed down, keep your hand here on this angle. And so it's moving, so like as you're cutting at me, right? So it's just this. See how it never gets to me? Because I keep this angle, and then he just did what you did is like he runs into my elbow bone right here, and it kind of hurts him, right? And then he just comes over here, it's like this. So I'm not even doing the full move right now. All I'm doing is this. This is all I'm putting in here right now, and keeping my butt back out of the way. So you'll find it's easier if your left arm is forward, that your right foot is forward. That will give you a better torque. You'll find if you start doing this, you keep getting cut here because it's closer, okay? So just try that, all right?
It's closer. That's why you're getting cut.
Right? Oh, that makes sense. Was someone being a bad boy?
Yeah, he wanted to use a soap, so I said like please like that.
Robbie, we love you, and I'll play with you today, okay? But you gotta be a really good example for everybody, okay? Because Papa's got to teach and make money so we can have chocolate tonight, all right?
Chocolate cake?
Yeah.
マルコに連絡して、ヒロミがインスタグラムわかんないよ。
I don't know his Instagram either.
So, but you can take it to him. My phone couldn't do. Thank you so much.
Thank you. No, I appreciate it.
loosen up my belly.
Oh. Cheater, cheater. Oh. Anything. But I mean, if you're getting, if it's too uncomfortable, then limit it a little bit more. Yeah, yeah. I think you guys are fine. Whoa. Okay, so you find that you start getting into a dueling mentality, right? So everyone starts doing like a duel, okay? But it's not really a duel, and they all, if you can YouTube, knife sparring and stuff like that, and it all ends up looking like duels. It all just starts to devolve into this thing because we know that we're limiting it. So what I want us to do is this. Instead of that, here's what you get to hold on to your shirt, and this is what you get to use. So like as he's going to cut me, I just want to be like this. See how he's cutting me? But I'm figuring out how to get in close enough to keep touching him with my elbows so that I'm not trying to get away from the knife. It's cutting me, but I'm getting in close. I'm getting in close. I'm getting in close. Then I'm starting to like, oh. There's how we start to keep it from cutting, okay? So let's do that now. Next version of this, just clasp your hands together like this. I mean, you could do this, but sometimes it hurts when you hit. Just clasp your hands together, and now this is your totoku. So if Paul's over here, it's just... You won't let me hit him. See how my body's getting closer and closer to him, and I'm maintaining this. Now you notice, as he goes, if I get it to... See how he gets on me? And if I do this, he still gets me. So what I'm doing is, see that? This is what I'm trying to get us to feel. So as he comes through, so see that angle? Okay, so again, if you want to know what your totoku position is, if you're wearing a belt, you tie the knot, it's usually somewhere right around here. If you put your hands where the knot is, like this, then you just think, see how this is slightly angled here? Another way is like if the sword is right here, just turn your hand around, both sides, and you just take this up. So you can see my head underneath there, right? This is the angle of totoku. Right? So weirdly enough, if I split my hands apart, what is this? Right, Daijono. So if you're holding the sword and you go like this, that's your totoku. So if your arms were 90 degrees and you're holding the sword like this and you did this, what happened? You hit yourself in the head. So you got to get enough extension, right? And there's your totoku. It's extended. But again, if you're doing this, that looks weird too, right? So you got to find that place in the middle that has the right angle. And again, if you're just holding a sword, give me a sword. Because it's not rocket science. It's stuff that we do all the time, but we just don't think about it, okay? From here, okay? I mean, yeah, you can, whatever, it doesn't matter what your legs, if you're staying here like this, just this. You go. So, I mean, we've practiced this stuff before, right? Where you're like, lots, right? There's your angle. So now you're doing this, you just go. Okay, so if again, every drill is kind of like a drill designed to let you start to feel something. And then I have to start to put more and more rules into place on the drills so that people won't get that weird. So it's like, okay, then I say, okay, well, what is it that I want them to learn from this particular drill right now? So who can tell me what I wanted you, besides you guys, what I wanted to learn from this drill right now? Who can tell me what I wanted you to learn from it?
I'll get it wrong.
Yes?
Okay. So, totoku, whatever, learning the command of totoku. But for me, when it's up here, stay in totoku, and if it comes low, do this on the low. That's what I got.
Okay, that's pretty good. That's almost exactly what I wanted. Okay, and so I hadn't made it so clear, but as I'm clear now, I want to make it less than even that. So this is fake, what I'm about to show you. Why is it fake? Because we're using fake weapons. They're actually not weapons. They're vinyl coated pieces of rubber, which because of their design have a tremendous amount of friction. So can you hold that a minute, Paul? All right. So just as we come together here, it's like it goes, come over here, it goes, and now it's stuck. So like when he's doing his fake cut at me, and I do this, it just kind of, it goes like, really hard, which wood or steel won't do. They'll bounce off. So we got to practice two things. One, he's got to practice being even more fake as an attacker, which means I'm going to be the fake attacker. You're going to do this technique where you just block me. It's got to do this. I purposely have to take my sword down because if I push it into his sword, it gets stuck because of friction. So I have to be more fake and give him even more like that. Okay, I have to do that. That's the first fake. Or the other fake we can do is like, okay, we're not going to do that. You're going to cut me. And so we practice this. This. Now watch this again. As it goes to cut, freeze. I'm here. Notice the angle of my sword. What most people do here is this. But remember, what is his sword actually doing right now in real life? Where is it? It's going down towards me. So if I go here, where does his go? Right? So instead, at this point of contact, what I want to do is not think about running around his sword, fighting his sword, or anything on his sword. I don't care. What I want to do is push him back. Now, where's your body weight? It's back behind your center right now. So now, from that position, push your sword into me. Right? It doesn't go anywhere. So from here, I just do this. See how my sword tip stayed on his side? That makes sense, everybody, right? So this is the other way we're going to fake this. As it goes to cut, I'm just going to go. Whoa. Notice my sword didn't go back at all. It just came forward. Now it's on his side. So when you got these kind of weapons, these grippy, the typical training shinai that we use, it's going to stick. If you use shinai, the bamboo where they slide, then you can do the other thing where it goes boom, boom, it comes down and you're onto that training position. Okay? So those are the two cheats I need you to do right now. One, the guy cuts and lets it come down on his own so that you got to figure out your next totoku. Or I cut like this and you just push right through. Does everybody understand clearly what I want? Good, try that. Mike, do you guys understand that? Cool. Dan, I see you and your training partners get it. GoPro, stop recording. What is going on? Anyway, okay, so, yeah. Who knows what we're doing in this drill? Do you know, Ray?
We're still maintaining the shape.
Yes, we are. What did I say we're doing in this drill?
Practicing.
Distance. The totoku stays the same whether or not we have an object.
Okay, so what are the two things I said to do in the drill?
Use the totoku to take up the slack and get them to a position where they're compressed. No?
Forward pressure on your opponent.
Okay, all right. No, I'm just asking you guys so I can become a better instructor because obviously my English is much worse than I thought.
We're overcoming the
Can I have this?
problem.
All right.
Obi-Wan, right? You guys.
Right? Do this. One of two things will happen. They will cut and stand there, rubbing their sword against yours in a most uncomfortable manner for me. Or they will cut and it will ricochet off, depending on the type of sword you have and how intent you are on rubbing your sword against theirs. So one of two things. Their cut will go and stop here, or the cut will go boom like that. Clear? I pretty much said that, right? Okay. So me, as the person doing the cool totoku thing, I have two choices there. One is, if he tries to rub his sword on mine, when I've come here, I just immediately push up and step around to this totoku, right? Does everybody remember me saying that, showing that? Okay. Or, as I do this and it glances off, comes down, I drop here and come in like this. So, do I know what will happen after he does this? Do I have a 50-50 shot? Yes, I have a 50-50 shot. Does what I do second vary much at all? What's the difference of one or the other? Anybody know? That's it. That's the difference. That's the difference. Is if I go boom, that's up, and if I go boom, that's down. So literally, this is what changes. See this huge difference of movement? So I'm either going to go up, or I'm going to go down. Can everybody see that clearly? Okay, so do you know what he's going to be next?
I do.
Yes, you all do. So please, try it with that precognitive ability I just gave you of telling you what the guy's going to do next. Okay, try that. Now, you're caving in. It's boom. See how there's no weight? Now maybe this happens as he goes to cut, right? It goes boom, and see how it goes down, then it goes like this. See it's the same thing? It's the same move, just it's here. You're complexifying it, which is normal. We all
Wait to
doing
see
it.
which way he goes.
That's what I'm saying. That's bullshit. Stop doing that. Just fucking make him do it. Yeah. It's,
I've never grabbed a sword ever.
oh, come on.
No,
I believe you. I'm just fucking with you. Yeah.
So
right.
I'm left-handed.
Yeah.
And I just grab it like this.
So that's fine with me. Yeah, I don't care. It won't make a difference.
Okay, I didn't know.
The swords people will tell you, oh no, blah blah. Who fucking cares? If it's a stick, you just grab it with the stick and you swing it, right? So fine.
Okay, so you're attacking. I'm just pushing up.
Well, for him, obviously, this is a little bit more complicated because he doesn't even know what the totoku shape is, right? He's never done it before. So you might have to just devolve your training to fix that part first. So all you're going to do, Wayne, just stand next to me. You're just going to do this. This goes here, and you're just going to go up like this, okay? So you're going to go up and fall forward. That's your first move. Is literally, try switching your feet. Put your right foot forward. We'll make it just go. You're just going to go, okay? That's your main thing. That's your first main thing. Just do that. Good. That's it. So you're going to do that. Then I'm going to add one more step. Ready? So you're going to go 1, and then you're just going to do this. Ready? Watch. And that's it. That's it. Now do that like 3 or 4 times by yourself in your imagination. Right foot's forward. Up, step, switch. Yeah, there you go. Do that a few times.
Just conceptually, I'm having trouble mapping the cover of the shoulder to what the equivalent target,
Well, so you got to figure this is the sword.
right?
So now your hands will be back here, so your sword's way out here, right? So now your sword, the top. If this is what you're trying to get to actually guide, then you're thinking like, sorry about that, but you need like this part to do for the sword. So you're like thinking like, how do I get that? Not this, that, right? So how do I get that? So if you pretend you have a sword, right? So I'm like, see how it's on that same exact kind of position. So in reality, this is going to go down right here, and I know that. And then what I have to watch after I'm going to do this. Right, so I just went from that side to that side as you moved. But if you stop, so you go to cut, you can hold that sword if you want, yeah. So as you go to cut, if it goes here, so let's say stop it up here, right? So if it stops up here, which is not real, but then I'm just gonna keep pushing, and I'm gonna go back to this side. That makes sense? And through this side, I'm also gonna go. See that right there? I'm not going to do it by pulling this away. I'm going to do it by pushing this till you give me that. Yeah, that's the important thing. All the sword stuff is whatever. That's all. That, not ish. It is this, that. Hey, you want to go train with Bill? Yeah. Yeah.
So that now becomes my sword. Sorry.
When you're not holding a sword, this becomes the sword.
Okay.
Right? So my arms are basically straight here because this is the angle. If I bend it, now I'm going to get weird. So here, this is the hand position for holding it, but when it's low or when I extend out, I want to be like this. See how my arms are extended? Because I'm holding this.
You're putting the tip more or less at the shoulder. Is that too simple to stick on that?
No, because you're concerned with the tip. Anywhere here is fine, right? Because that's where you're going to place it to use it as a weapon. This is guarding, defending, and this is killing. So I'm doing this.
Your attack, though, I'm shutting your punch down by catching your shoulder. I haven't quite mapped what I'm shutting. There I'm supposed to be shutting down against the sword attack. So there, because your wrists to the point of movement.
Yeah, so as you just put your left hand on my wrist, right, on this one, like that. Right. Now what would you do with your right hand?
Well, I would come up here, but...
Oh, okay, because you want to control, right? So I could do the same thing, pretend you're holding a sword. I could do like this and be like, all right, if I just want to do shoulder control. But no matter what, this is going to cut you. So it's like, okay, but we're in a sword fight. See, if I'm unarmed, maybe you weren't trying to kill me. But if you got a sword, you're trying to kill me. So fuck you. Right?
We have a question.
Okay.
Slippery sword.
Let me make sure this is on because I want to do this. This is good. Cool. All right, guys. So let's question the slippery sword time.
It's just a matter of a attacker. What's for this?
This is all artificial, but we're in this artificial thing. So let's. Yeah.
The question is, I guess.
Can you come over here, Mark?
Yeah, sure.
Just so the camera has a cool thing to see.
So the question is that so when the sword comes in and it slides down, is it sliding down like that? Am I following it down? Am I letting it go down and then I just move it around?
No. So yeah, you don't want to do any of that.
Okay.
Because that's more energy, right? So what is actually happening is as he comes in, is it's this. See this angle? I'm exaggerating a little bit, but it's this angle. So when I go boom, see how it goes like that, and then it just falls right into place. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So again, just for the camera, when we're coming in, this sword is going, it shoots straight out like I'm shooting it out of a cannon. Toto Kuhoshi. It goes, shoots, and then I fall in behind it in my Power Ranger pose, you know. Woo. Okay? So, okay, you understand? It's fucking anime stuff, right? Okay? You watch, it's Japanese anime stuff, right? They can fly through the air and then they're like, boom, the powers come out, right? So this goes boom. It looks straight, but I'm not keeping it straight here. I'm going chink. So now I'm covering the right and left side, right? Here, I only cover top and bottom, but it can go either side and kill me, right? So it goes shoom, and I come in behind it. The thing goes boom, and I come in behind this. Does that make sense? Man, you have used this a lot.
Huh?
You've used that a lot.
Sorry about that.
No, it's okay.
The tape is sticky.
Yeah, right? It's a tennis racket tape, right?
No, just it's bat tape. Bat tape?
Maybe. Something like that.
That's a big joke.
Cool.
Bat tape, I'll tell you.
Yes.
All right.
And I like it, but I don't know what else to use because it stick holes in it.
So cut him, Hitomi. You're just standing there. You got to cut him. Perfect. All right. Okay, so my goals in this event, is to continue on from the last one, right? But it's this from contact to control. And in order to do that, I have to still step outside of that. I have to go a little bit to the 0 to 1, right? And tomorrow we'll play with a little bit of 2 to 3, but essentially we're doing 1 to 2. It's the deepest, broadest section. 0 to 1, we've all done it. It's the mutadori. It's, if the guy comes in with the punch or the kick or the knife or the sword or the stick or whatever, can you not get killed by that and get to a place of contact? But that's not so complicated. It's not easy to do, but it's not complicated. But now, when we get into this 1 to 2, moving from contact to control, holy geez, it is complicated. Because there's a whole bunch of minute, subtle little changes that you have to do from what you always did before. And as I was talking with Mark, he's like, this is the connection to do an actual randori. I'm like, that's exactly what it is. It is exactly that. It's the stuff that actually Ogre Sensei was actually quite brilliant at. Because once he got hands on you, he could manipulate you, and he had all these pieces of control. Because he was a little dude. Like, you don't need size or smaller.
Yeah, maybe shorter.
But probably shorter. But he could just manipulate even big dudes. I remember him manipulating Big Darren from Australia, just getting there because he understood it. So there's all these little subtle pieces. And then you have to do all these subtle pieces while you're moving quickly. And then you start to realize that it's not possible at that distance to see what the attacker is doing and then react to that. You have to just be working on probabilities. I mean, if you watch a boxing match, they're doing probabilities. None of them do just sitting there watching every punch, then moving out of the way of the punch. They just know what the patterns are, and they're moving according to the patterns. So we also
are learning the patterns. The problem is we've all, me included, learned many thousands of hours of slow motion patterns. Or one part of the movement, stop, the guy stops, and we don't see what the follow-up to that would actually be without stopping. And so then you get really good at being able to control that one attack that stops. But when it is a flurry that doesn't stop, wow, now it's feel like we're going back to square one, right? And that's okay. That's what I wanted us to be practicing on now. I want us to get to that, because the truth is, it's only a matter of jiggering what you already know. You already know what to do. What I'm trying to do is give us these drills to play with, so that what you know to do, which you did over here, just shifts a bit to fit right here. So it's like, you know how to drive your car, but now you went and got, what kind of car do you have? Not a Tesla, is it?
No, it's a Ferrari.
Okay, so you got a Ferrari, but then you go and you get a big F-150 pickup truck. It's still a car, but you've got like, wait a minute, braking is different, and where I put this thing in a parking space and back, but it's the same thing. So you already have the tools. You guys already have the tools. What we're looking at is like, oh, okay, your Ferrari, you can make this turn, on 2 tongue mats. On your truck, it's 2 dojos, right? So you have to just adjust for that. Maybe the better example is you have a big F-150 and you went to a Ferrari. Okay, so the power's way different, all that. So this is all we're doing. You guys have skills. Even if you think, wow, I haven't been training that long, I don't have any skills. Yes, you do. Did you ever pick up a ball, throw it, kick it? Did you ever run? Did you ever jump over something? You have the skills. It's just putting them into the right context. So let's just take a moment real quick. And anybody have any questions on this? How about observations? Alex, what did you think, what did you feel like the main point of today was?
I feel like the main point was moving with your opponent, right? Once he starts moving, you start moving, and you're closing him up, so.
Okay, stop there. Anybody else? Moving with your opponent. At what part of the opponent's movement are we moving? You can use the words.
When they're cocking.
Right from the beginning.
-0.1.
So the timing strike. It's on the retraction, chambering, cocking the punch. So again, it's interesting that we brought Raj in to show the synapse, which is training the eccentric part of the movement.
Which is what you said earlier today. It's funny.
I mean, it's things that just confluence, because I didn't know he was coming until this week, but I've already been preparing and teaching this stuff for the last 6 months in Japan and worked on these drills. So it's kind of crazy how these things go together. It's on the retraction, teaching us why the retraction? Because we're learning to read the future. We're learning to predict the future, and we're learning to control the future. Who else? Anyone else? Try to thought about just what their main idea from today. Daniel, how about you?
Trying to move, it sounds silly, but trying to move at the speed of thought is too slow, and moving more naturally, just filling in the blank requires less power, less thought. It's just a more effective way of moving.
Yeah, you would think the speed of thought would be really fast, right? Tristan?
Yeah, I just keep going back to just what you were saying last year, just more so this year, which is taking up tactical space. Like that specific phrasing, like that sticks in my head and helps me remember to, go forward and all that.
So what is the tactical space with the punches?
Where the launching pad is,
Yeah, that's right, right around the shoulder. Where's the tactical space when you're holding swords?
The wrist.
Wrist. I mean, that's why so many martial arts schools and sword schools have you cutting the wrist. It's hard to hold a sword if you cut the wrist.
So, I saw this with Dominic, you said it many times when you're trying to drill it, and that is, when you're aiming for a specific target that is in the path that the attack is going to come through, we know the path the attack is going to come through that path. And by putting our Totoku in that path,
we get the desired effect, and it has the also effect that the other person has no idea that that's what's going to happen. It's in the future. The punch could be directly pointed at my face, and the totoku can be out here, but it's gonna deflect in the future. And I don't have many aspects of how you get us so you can see that, but I saw that as a principle.
Does everybody understand what he's saying?
In the real world.
Our totoku is not blocking where the weapon is now. It's blocking where the weapon will be later.
But it's also, I mean, if I would add to it, I mean, that's what I saw. It's almost like a cartoon where the guy's gonna fire a cannon, put you there, and then it just doesn't.
Sure, that's right.
Discharge.
It's funny you said that because Raj, the guy who's never trained before, said the same thing. He's like, it feels like those cartoons. It's like, okay, you got to get into a shooting fight. It's like, now you can't. And of course, you can't do that. But the point is still that. It's like they know it's going. So, and the key is, and this is where the difference kind of flips a little bit from that analogy, which I love the analogy, is when you do that, they're like, and it doesn't work. They realize it doesn't work. What we're trying to do is, we're like, oh no, you're going to punch me in the face. And this is here, and as they move through space, their punch goes, and they think they're going to nail you in the face. They think the sword cut's going to get you. And then it doesn't. And for a moment, they're like, what? That moment of, like, what just happened? That adjustment, that mental space, that's your window of opportunity to do whatever cool martial art thing we're going to do next is. Does that make sense? So you guys are getting good. You're getting, this is the totoku. And we're, at first we got the drill where we're like, and we're just jamming the shit out of them with our totoku, right? But eventually your totoku has to go from surfing, so think about a surfboard on the water, which surfboard is contact with the water. And you're purposely getting in front of the wave. And you're staying in front of that freaking death-dealing wave as long as possible. That's called surfing, not falling off the board. But eventually, you want to get to where it doesn't happen surfing. You disappear, the wave goes through you, and you appear on the other side of the wave. That's ghosting. And that feeling is, I'm no longer going chunka, 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 surfing them. They're going, and my movement is precisely where, if they touch me, it's just a soft glancing blow, and I'm already on the next piece of control. I can't say that I can do that all the time. I certainly can't. That's the goal. It's easy if it's just like a simple 1 attack or 2 attack, you can do it. But when it starts to get into this flurry of knife thing like that, it's hard to be ghosting consistently. But again, surfing is staying in front of the wave. Ghosting, once you can surf, I need you drown, sorry, is you're moving, you don't actually stay in front of the wave. You're shutting it down as soon as possible. So I'm in front of the wave, she does a cut, I'm behind her in that next instance. Like we talked about earlier, that's ghosting. It's like, well, how do you do that? That's what we want to get to. But you can't get to ghosting without going through surfing. Surfing teaches you where the wave can go, how the waves shape. It teaches you the shape of the attack, the patterns. And you learn the patterns. And you start to match the patterns. And then you're like, oh, I know what's going to happen. Now I'm behind. Does that make sense?
I just want to say, I just wanted an observation and just psychobabble. But it's very interesting when I first came to the first seminar that I was exposed to, program I came to, whatever, there was conversation about, yeah, we don't really do the Bujinkan thing, we do these principles and things like that, but the more we're doing this, we're doing the Bujinkan thing just in a very like, hey, let's just not worry about the name, just worry about the tactics that are involved in this whole thing. So, because you're seeing.
GoPro, stop recording. Okay. All right, we'll go ahead and bow in and get started, then we can get into some training stuff here, okay? Robbie Kun? There it goes. All right. Shikanara Mitsudai Komyo. Okay, so again, the theme of this and the point and what we're trying to get to is you've already closed the distance. You've made contact, whatever that contact is. And we're moving from contact to control, or from 1 to 2. So if 0 to 1 is closing the distance and getting to contact, 1 to 2 is going from contact to control. Obviously, 2 to 3 would be from control to crushing them, to finishing, right? So that's next seminar. Now, actually, it probably won't even be. We'll probably have to wait another year to get into that, just because you see right now, this middle section is so difficult. It's so difficult. Once we let the attackers do whatever they want. If we say you can only give me 1 attack, wait 3 or 4 seconds, and then give me another one, sure, the middle gets shut down really quickly. But when they can freely move, it's hard. And then what we're looking at is like, okay, there's a whole lot of like bimyo, which means subtle pieces in all of this movement, right? So we're gonna do a drill right now, and because I want to get to explaining some things that when we're doing a drill, or if you're practicing a waza thing from your martial art, at the beginning of the practice of this kata waza that you're doing, it has to be done in a fake way. It has to be unrealistic. So the attackers can't do what I would do this here and I would do that there. You can't do that. You can't do that. You have to be like, no, we're just doing this. Because otherwise, like, well, I noticed that it doesn't work if his hair is combed from the left side instead of the right side, or whatever your thing is. It's like, yeah, then Dom's too tall. It doesn't work. His arms are too long. And Daniel's glasses are too glassy. And, whatever the things are that we come up with, right? It's like, yeah, okay, understand. Just like in a kata, there are these couple things that we're focusing on at a given time. So the uke, the partner, his job is to be a teacher to help the other one understand how to do this thing. Does that make sense? So I'm making kata, they're not katas, they're drills. And then as soon as you get the one concept-y thing, it's like, okay, now we're gonna look at another concept from the same thing. And then once you got 2 things that you can do with this one drill, now you can have a more lively response. The problem is, if I give you 2 things to focus on from the beginning, you can't do either one. Nobody can. You have to learn a thing. So for instance, we were doing the wall fill in the blank drill, right? And so it's like, well, what if he goes to move and he pulls back his right hand instead of his left hand? And I go for his left hand. It's like, well, that actually won't matter. It won't matter. Once you understand like just the subtle nuance of when I go to do a thing like this, if he's going back that way, I can adjust like this. That's literally the adjustment I have to make. If I'm going for his right hand, say, and he pulls his left hand back, I'm really just going to do this. Oh. You understand? I have to make such a little adjustment. But you have to understand, okay, well, what is that adjustment doing to the other guy? And once you start to understand that, the problem is, you remember yesterday when we were doing the wall drill, nobody understood what was happening to the other guy. They're like, well, I'm doing that. I can't. And it seems like he's always getting, it's like, yeah, okay. Once we figured out, oh, my butt's against the wall. As I lean towards him this way, that hand holding in place shifted his whole body off. Once you understood that, then people started going, and it started getting tighter and tighter under control. Does that make sense? So all the drills are the same way. All the katas are the same way. They're taught with these things inside of it. Now, a drill, my drill or anyone's drill or kata is more or less efficient. Sometimes they're just terrible drills. I've had drills before that I just don't do anymore because I couldn't get the point across. I have seen kata written in books that just don't get the point across. After 30 years and explanations by all the mystic mountain warriors, like, oh, that's the point? Well, why don't we just do this? Well, no, because this is the kata, So we gotta, there's things that work well and some things don't work well. Just understand what the point is. Then you can figure it out, maybe. So one of the things we're doing on the wall is how far do I need to move? That's an interesting thing. So we're going to do this lying down drill so that if Paul comes and he's on top of me here, right? So I'm just here. Paul's on top. Right? So you could put both hands. So he's starting here, and I'm not going to use my legs for this. I'm just trying to show this other piece. So as he pulls an arm back, right? So he's pinning me to the ground and chambering this. So he's twisted his body to generate power, and he's going to be coming down here. Now, interestingly, my angle relative to him is different than if we were against a wall. Everybody understands that, right? At least intellectually. So here's what's interesting is, just hold that there. If I've gone to do this, it's much more difficult for me to lift this side up, because on the wall, I'm doing this, which is easy because I'm standing up. On the ground, for me to do an abdominal crunch with him pinning my shoulder in place is very, very hard. Does that make sense? So the reality is, when I go to move here, I feel this pressure holding my shoulder down, as you will too. And instead of trying to push this like this, put your hand back here. As he goes to pull this up, I go, whoop. See how this looks? So I'm going to add this other hand so you can see it too. So as he pulls it up, he goes, whoop. See how this hand cannot come very far? Now, I'm going to use super muscle power and do what I would do if on the wall. Go ahead. See that right there? But that's going to be next to impossible on the ground. How do I know which one to do, wall or ground form? What will give me the clue? Yeah, so it is the release of pressure when to move. What tells me where I can move is the pressure. Does that make sense? On the wall, when he pulls this back, this thing really comes off of you. This pressure really comes off of you, this holding arm. On the ground, it doesn't. Why? Because he's falling forward this way, and he doesn't want to like fall off of me some other direction. So when he drastically pulls us back to punch, he's using this hold in place to stabilize his body here. He's doing a similar thing on the wall, but where's gravity coming down on him here versus on the wall? You see what I'm saying? So that's how it changes. Now that's all a technical explanation of something that's like, okay, just do this a few times and you'll figure it out, right? So as I'm here, when he pulls back, I'm just going to go here. Notice this is coming up because this can move now, right? On the wall, if I do this, I'll get punched in the face. Do you guys understand that? On the wall, pull this back. If I'm turning like this, because here, you see how it's just starting to eat this up, okay? And as he does it, so one more time he does it, I'm going to go here. See how I've shifted just enough? So as that punch goes, see how it doesn't come, it can't come through here? But up there, because I'm standing and there's this wiggle, it will come through there because this will actually push me over. On the ground, he's falling like this. So when we go and I come up like this with him, see how this can go? See, just that little finger pressure. I'm not going to do the finger pressure. I'm just showing you. That's all it takes right up here. But on the standing up, that won't do the same thing. So I'm trying to get everyone to feel what's appropriate based upon the pressure of the moment. Does everybody understand what I'm saying? At least intellectually? Okay? So now here's the second part I want to talk about, which is he's pulled that up and I've gone over here. Now, let's say that he's going to do a punch and not overcommitted punch. We're just going to punch from there, right? So he goes, pull, and he punches. Boom. Now, in this moment, he's going to punch with that next hand. So it's already, and he's going slow, but I'm just going to say, in real speed, this is already there and ready to go. Do I have time to go from here over to here? There's no way, right? So now, this position that I've already taken here, he's going to start to throw that punch, and I'm just going to go. Notice I don't move. I mean, I'm moving a little bit, right? But I'm not shifting big position because this will happen a little bit quicker. So just kind of do like a right and a left, right? So it's like, right. See how this is already here? So when that left is coming, this is already controlling it, and this is now coming out. So all I'm really saying is with the guy attacking you, you're either going to be inside the punch or outside the punch. Best is outside, but you can't always be on the outside. Does that make sense? So what if I had done this when he pulls his right hand back, I gone here? You guys already see what's happening, right? So, I made a mistake. No.
I mean, you did if the drill is to do the one side, right? You made a mistake on the drill. But you didn't make a mistake in the overall tactical scheme of things. Does that make sense to everybody? So understand that. I just talked for 10 minutes to explain stuff, but really just go do it and realize you want to get to be able to do this consistently. Left, right, 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 left, right. And then, but the reality is it won't matter where you are. What is important, one more time, is when he put that I'm here, that do the elbow thing so I can show where the elbow is. That my wrist, if I was wearing a wristwatch, is aimed at his joint of his elbow right up here. There's my wristwatch. So go back into your punch position. Okay. So he in this position, my face is hidden by my wristwatch to his punch. His face can clearly see my entire face, but his hand, if he had eyeballs on his fist, can't see my face now. This is the important thing. So when he goes to punch, see how it comes through like that? Now this is here. So I'm already getting this gotcha 10, this functional control point. So when he goes to punch with that, it just goes, no. And then, of course, if we were doing fighting stuff, I'm going to be, blah, 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 blah. Okay? You can come back up. All right? So let's try that out just a minute. No. Yeah, I do enjoy all that. Is this. When people start connecting the dots themselves, right? So, yesterday, Mark Franco's here, and he's like, this is, I can't remember that. Like 5 times throughout the day, he's like, oh, this is this waza. This is this waza. This is this waza. Like, yes, it is. I'm not saying that. Okay? Because it's happening in the movement. He's like, oh, this is this one. I'm like, yeah, that exactly is that waza. And then we had like, when we're doing the drill and we're popping out and we're going like, so it's like, we're doing this in the little thing, but we're not doing this like as a pose unaccompanied by anything else. Like, this is how you have the most devastating punch known to man. It's like, no, we're not making ridiculous claims like that. So instead, we're like, oh, okay, this happens. Where in the context does it happen? Then he's like, oh, this is this waza, this waza. And he says, like, because, Mark is a very traditionalist. If we don't say traditional, classicalist, we call. Very, very studying. He's like, what it feels to me, he's like, from the last seminar and this seminar is, this is the tie together of how to actually take the stuff that we've been doing and do randori with it. He's like, so you hear about, and this is true, the old Japanese talking about how they did randori a lot, or some, back in the day, 40 years ago. 40 years ago. And then it just stopped happening. No one was doing randori. And if you see any kind of randori in Japan, it's not. It's a like, okay, you can't do everything. You can do one thing. Now, randori. It's like, well, that's not really randori. You know what I'm saying? That doesn't count. So he's putting the dots. So you just made a comment. It's like, so what we're doing right here, while you're laying on the ground, has the same feeling, the same thing as the sword work we did yesterday, where if Paul's going to cut me, and I said we put the sword out, and then we keep that pressure on so that his next move, we just go. So we're doing totoku, right? We're just going totoku. But this totoku doesn't go. It just stays out there as totoku. So remember, it's totoku, hoshi. So the sword that you're hidden behind fired out of a cannon, the cannon form, the shape of a cannon, or catapulted, right? So it just sounds silly when I say it, but it is the thing, right? So when we're laying on the ground, can I borrow Dom? Because you're big and tall, and everyone's like, Dom's arms are too long, his glasses are too round, and his shirt's black and stuff, right? So as he goes here, as he goes to pull into this, okay, everyone's doing this pretty good. All right, you're coming here. So when he does this punch, check this out. Look where my hands are. So now, can you just stand up out of the way a minute so everyone can see what I'm doing? Remember I said the Ichimonji bicycle? Yeah. It's just the Ichimonji bicycle. And I'm not even doing a full one. I'm not even like here. I'm just like, because his body's in the way, right? But does this look overly taxing on me? Do I look like I'm like, No. And he's much taller than me. His arms are much longer. It's irrelevant. I've put this out there enough that I'm controlling his shoulder, spine, and hips. Okay, so can you come get back in here a minute, Don?
So from here, when he pulls up, I'm going boom. This now, you see he's already over there, right? Okay, I'll take my legs out of the way just so you can see the hands, right? So the back of my pinky knuckle is here. Now these are things that you just pick up through thousands of hours training with Soke. Soke had this hit with this pinky knuckle, which on the surface sounds ridiculous because that's how you break your hand. But when it's right here, it's like, oh, there's a thing there. This could have been a strike. It's not going to be a strike right now because it's a drill. But my hand is here. So if you're on the video, you can probably see where my hand is. This hand is right up here, lightly in that groove of the scapula control position that we talk about all the time. So that you saw how he fall over there. So when he goes to do his next punch, you see what happens right there? He doesn't actually get to do it. And I know he's going to do the next punch because he has to. But in order to do the next punch, what else does he need to do? So can you just do the first part again? From here. Boom. What does he need to do? He needs to regain a structure, right? He needs to do that. So you see how he just brought his spine back up into this posture position? So one more time. Boom. See how I don't let that occur? I didn't shove him. I just didn't let him regain his posture.
I shoved myself.
Yeah, he shoved himself. So I just, again, we spent a lot of time yesterday doing this like little hand in the last seminar and all the times, right? And all the physical prep, or that's the preparation videos for this. So if you see this, he's going to do right, left, and it just goes boom, right? So I'm going to let him actually get this left punch off a bit. Okay, so I'm going to go boom. So you see, I saved this little tap here for when he did that. So look at this now. So I need to get him off of me. It just goes like that. Again, I'm not saying that this is what you do when you're in the UFC on the ground. You know, this is the move. It is not. This is a drill to start to understand, like, okay, how does the guy on top have to control his balance? How does the guy on the bottom start to manipulate that control? And again, it's the seminar series is integrating Kyojitsu. So how can I let him feel like he's being successful with this boom, boom kind of setup? How do I let him feel like he's being successful, but he's not being successful? That's the Kyojitsu. And then we have this, this infinity symbol on here, right? So you can even see this, like, it's this right punch and it's a left punch and it's this figure 8 that's happening right here. And that's kind of one of the reasons why I put it in there, because like everything ends up being just this like kind of going back and forth and back and forth. And once you get that, you're like, then you're just going to shortcut that. You're going to shortcut right through that infinity. It's not going to go to infinity. You're just going to be like, 1, 2, it's done. It's done. Does that make sense? So, yeah.
So the same way that we learn how far out is too far, how far is too close, the same sort of idea can be applied to that timing of, I can wait this long and still take control. So let him feel like he's going to do what he wants to do.
Okay, so this is an interesting thing. So you're talking about the timing of when I tapped your shoulder here. Right. However, can I really, in the midst of the fight, decide to let it go longer or not? Because in the middle of the heated fight, when it's going at full speed, because how much time difference is there between the one and the other at full speed? There's not even that. You won't be able to recognize it. You know, if you had a video camera that took 1,000 frames per second, you'd be able to do it. But otherwise, with your own eye, and you won't be able to recognize the time difference. My point is, even if you think you screwed it up, you didn't screw it up.
So the way of putting it is there's a bigger time window than you think, within which you could still be successful, but you should still move early.
Yeah, because all these other things are happening at the same time. So it's a 3-dimensional. I'm not only going like this, right? So you've included all these other things that are happening too, and you. More action is happening than would appear to be happening from this. And let's be honest, every time you watch Hatsumi Sensei, that is the phenomenon that he demonstrates. Old guy, barely doing anything, but creating massive result. That's what we want to be at. That's what we want to be after, is that. Barely moving, but creating a massive reaction. Yes?
So the first round of this, never got to the second punch because just the hand was there on the shoulder control, and the person bounced off and started happening immediately.
Yes.
So with that in mind, there's a randomness that's going to occur in any kind of situation like this, and one randomness to identify can be, I'm trying to get to control, and sometimes I will get to control, and sometimes I won't.
Mm.
And so being ready for the next attack, and at the same time being ready for that you may get control, is a kind of a high speed thing that you're going to detect and do what's appropriate at that point. There's kind of a branch in the logic tree. You might get control, great, then you keep going. If you don't get control, then be sure you're where he's going to go next, like we did in the drills yesterday, and to stuff that or whatever.
So now this gets into strategy. So Nagato talks about this a lot, said it for years. It's like, you don't have to win. You just can't lose. And so, and we hear that and we're like, oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. What does that mean? So there's a football game on today. Most likely both of those teams are playing not to lose versus playing to win. In other words, you're not going to see a lot of Hail Marys. You're not going to see a lot of, I'm just going to do this wild, crazy thing, come out here and just go for it. That may happen, especially if the score just starts getting, heavily tilted one way or another. Be like, okay, we just got to pull out all stops, right? But mostly, especially if you're the reigning champion and you're coming back for your next fight, you're playing not to lose. You're playing not to lose. So what does that mean? It means that I'm just making sure you can't get me. So oftentimes, especially with swords, what you'll have is, I did this cool move and I killed him. Okay, he also killed you in the next second after that, because he didn't instantaneously vaporize when you cut his throat. You gave him a mortal wound, and he's still alive. He's still got the emotional trying to kill you, so he sticks it in you. You see this in movies, right? I mean, like I won. No, you lost too. Well, we don't want to win at the expense of losing. So in this process of what we're talking about is, we're just trying to control the big environmental package of everything. And that's why Soki is like, it's control. This is stuff he's talked about all the time for years and years and years. So that's why we're about control. Does that make sense? So now we've done this, and you can understand, like the guy on the top, I had us purposely planting, and then and he gets fallen off. Once you get good at that, now this guy on top is no longer falling off. He's like, boom, 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 and he's riding you like a horse. He's using that's what jiu-jitsu fighters do, ground fighters do. They're not going to go, oh my God, this is amazing, and fall off. They're not going to do that. Okay, we're doing that because we're just not comfortable with it yet. But once you get comfortable with it, then you're also going to have, like, what if his leg is like this? So he's like, bam, bam. Now you got to deal with this situation or this situation. You know what I'm saying? Or he's got one knee on your chest and one knee over here, or he's pinning down your arm and coming. There's all these different configurations, right? Once you understand. So guys, can you two just do that same thing you just did? No, I'll do it. I'll do it. Dante's doing it. Lay down here. Lay down here. So in here, I'll do this arm because the camera's here, right? So as this comes up, when I stop and I look at this right here, all of us will do this, is start to go like this. See, I'm pushing his arm to be able to punch him here. And then what does he want to do? He wants to push my arm back so it doesn't push him in the face. So it goes like this. And look at this. We're going like, and now, see what just happened? Because he's doing this, he's crossed this plane of the shoulder. So now he's inside. He's trapped inside. So watch what happens when that occurs. So when I go boom, and he comes inside, it just comes in here, and then boom, boom, boom. Because you just got it pinned across my chest. I'm falling, and his arm is coming across, so it's like, it just goes fine. I'll just fall right on it. What I want him to be able to do is not commit to blocking my arm. Not commit to that. And it's hard if I'm punching like this. But that's why I'm going slow. That's why I'm saying what you have to do is you have to throw your punch like you're throwing a ball. So I'm going to throw my punch at you. I'm going to close my eyes. I'm going to throw your punch at you. Don't worry. Even if I hit you, it's okay. I'm going to go. Okay? Now do less of that. Now, don't do anything. you understand? It's coming right there. Now do something. Do you understand how we have to train this? Now, of course, I'm taking the impact out of my punch. And my eyes are shut while I'm doing this. So I'm not doing this. I'm not going, right? So now do something. See how he's missing? So that's how he starts to practice. And in doing that, that last one you did looked really nice. The line of your face, your hand, and where my arm, shoulder punch would be. Does that make sense? Again, if I go too slow, if I'm like, I don't care how far off he gets. There's no way he can dodge me now. So I'm just going to go, see? But that's not what would actually happen if I threw my punch. So if I was like, bang, see already right there? I didn't even tell him, but it's already there. It's missed. And now his hand is in a good safety place. So it just goes right to that groove right there. So when I come in here, does that make sense? So you have to train this way with each other. Okay? I hate to say this because it's the same thing as doing this. It's the same thing as that. You have to have this at the beginning of a new thing. You have to have, I'm not wavering, it's not a heat-seeking punch, it's just straight, not realistic at all thing that I'm laying out here so you know where to move around. Now, I will say, if you're still doing that for everything you do after 35 years of training, you missed the boat, okay? You're the dude who's got paste and big Crayolas trying to write your story, and your story looks like, okay? And you know, you're supposedly in post-grad work. You know what I'm saying? If you're still doing your preschool shit, well, you're still in preschool, no matter how you got it. But is preschool necessary? Yes. And it's necessary every time you're learning a new thing because you're under a huge amount of stress. There's a whole lot of variables. You got to just take it down to like, okay, hang on. I'm not actually going to punch you in the teeth. I'm going to give you what this would be like. Now, once he starts to get some confidence, then what? Then I go, oh, okay. And then he's like, okay. It's this. It's not, no, dude, I could fuck you up. No, dude, I kick your ass. No, see, it's not real. It's not real. See, your punch doesn't work. That's what happens all the time. And then people quit martial arts because they're like, this is bullshit. It doesn't work. And then you got a whole life of hobby people on the internet debunking other stuff because of that. And the truth is, they're right because people took the beginner thing to teach how to make the letter A. And it's like, see, they can't write anything. It's like, you're right, they can't write anything because they keep writing capital A over and over and over again. Instead of, today, I went to the park and there were birds in the park and they were singing a melody and the melody was a bit, you know what I'm saying? Instead of writing stories, they're writing capital A over and over and over again. I get that. But we have to write capital A. Do you understand? It's this dichotomy. You have to do the bullshit thing first, and then you can move away from the bullshit thing. Because it's not bullshit at the beginning. Everything else is just too much, okay? So try it again and try to be helpful for your partner. In other words, what is a good uke? A good uke is the one that challenges their partner just enough that they get better, no more. If they don't challenge him, they suck as an uke. And if they're challenging too much, they suck as an uke. Good uke challenges their partner to get better. Okay, so let's try that. GoPro, stop recording. Okay, so now let's look at this next thing that happens. Come here, sweat boy. Can you lay down there? Yeah, so. Get him.
I should have Toto-Ku'd that, right?
Did I tell you guys that we just have random attacks going on to really level up your game? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he got me good too.
He's pretty good, right?
Yeah.
So here's the thing. He's getting pretty good at this, so I'm going, boom. Now, what happens if I go like this? So what happened to him there? What did he do less than efficiently? I won't say bad, just less than efficiently. So watch this again, okay? By the way, pay attention to his hand position and stuff. Again, he's hiding it where I can't see it. So when I go boom, this is good. He's not giving me any like data or anything. This needs to be a little bit more contact, but no, that's too much data. Just lightly there. This is good. Now watch, when I go, see how it misses? So we've been training to do like this and come back over here. But now, can you guys see his fingers on my shoulder? You guys cannot on the camera, but on the shoulder, can you see what's happening? What's he doing? He's clawing into me, okay? So at this point right here, my shoulder's like this. What he's trying to do is go and shove my shoulder over. He's trying to shove, he's trying to push me over like this. So what happens when he's pushed my shoulder like that, and I go whoop? See how his hands now, it's on the inside, and he's got no defense here. He's got no totoku for this powering through right here. Why did he lose totoku? Yeah, he was over muscling me with this hand right here, trying to get me to drive over this way. Don't do that. Because I may not go over there. So his goal is, again, not to win. Winning would be throw me off over here. His goal is not to lose. In other words, don't let me get to a new position where I can kill you easily, right? So it goes boom, boom. Now see how you try to win? You're not letting me do the thing, okay? So now when I do this, no, see, you didn't need to let go. You got to do it when I do the thing.
Got it.
So the thing happens when I'm doing the retraction.
Got it.
So, bam. See the timing of that? That's what he needs to do. And then notice the hand is relaxed again. He's not like afterwards. I mean, he is a bit, but that's not what you want, right? So start from the beginning. So when I go, boom. So that catches that one. Right? So I caught him that time. But it didn't hit hard, right? Just let him know that I'm getting through his defense. So what does this need to do? It does need to relax so that I can do what? What would have stopped my punch just then? Yes, but how?
Not being like super rigid or staying on your rhythm.
So if he had been able to do this, that would have stopped my punch.
To get back outside or inside?
Well, because I'm here and your hand was on my shoulder, right? Right. And I went
Boink.
whoop. So
I'm trying to get back to Totoku.
okay, this. I'm here. Guess what I already know? I already know your trick of deflecting to the inside. You understand? So as I come in and I go, boom, all you gotta do is push your hand out a little bit now.
Yeah.
Right? And it goes, you understand? This is not rocket science. So now get ready. So it goes boom, boom. Okay? So now on that's okay. But stay over here. So now your head's like doing a lot of work. You're moving out of position. What I'm trying to illustrate here is don't move your position so much. So you're moving yourself more than I am, and I'm on top and I'm free. So that requires a huge amount of effort on your part. We're trying to like make the effort balance, 90% me, 1% you, and your 1% has all the work, has all the effect, okay? So boom, boom. Okay, and just be ready to feel that. So when I go boom, that's too much.
Okay.
Feel how you engaged all your pec to do that? Just go boom with your hand. So it's like boom, that's enough. I come up here. Now, all you need to do is go. Okay? Because I'm here and just do that. No, just this. Just remember I said yesterday, it's just this. Okay? Because I'm gonna go. But no, don't let your arm come here. Just do Joranuke. Do like pretend we're wearing ninja costumes and we're in a field in ancient Japan, actually a golf course, and we're Japanese and we're doing a thing called Bujinkan. And I'm gonna punch and you're gonna do Jodan-uke as we all learned it however poorly from whoever our teachers were. Okay? No, not this, because this is going to go whoop and drill you in the head. So put this motherfucker up and block me with your arm.
Okay, block it. Boom.
Out. You're not, push it out, but not too much. Just find that. Okay? So just punch me a minute. No, with this hand. Okay? Feel that? Go ahead. Feel that? Not this. Okay? Not this. Okay? But this. Feel that? You guys see? Yeah, I'm on the top. It's much easier, right? So, but it's just this. So you ready?
You have a helper.
Robbie?
He knows I'm too.
Don't attack Paul while I'm attacking him right now. Wait till later. Okay? So boom, boom, boom. You're too late. So this is I'm trying to develop a reflex for you guys. He's trying to develop a monkey see, monkey act. You don't have time for that. You already know by the feeling. Okay, so watch this. Close your eyes. Close your eyes. Okay, now feel this. You have to do that. If you don't have that connection, you can't tell what I'm doing next. Okay, open your eyes. Okay.
Open my eyes.
Now close your eyes. Okay, you ready? Right, so you felt that, and you're like, oh shit, I don't know what to do. Exactly.
It took me a little second. But
that's because you're trying to figure out what I was doing. Okay? Instead of controlling what I'm doing. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? It's like he's trying to figure out what I'm doing. But you guys know what I'm going to do next. One of two things here. From here, I'm going to punch and shift because I missed there because I'm thinking about just wailing on this guy. You guys see this is not rocket science. You see this, people do this all the time. Or I'm going to go, this is actually more common for untrained people, is to hold and just hit like this. Because they don't know how to, like with the left hand, they're like punching. But here, at least, they've hammered stuff or cut with a knife in their food or whatever. So there's like, do you understand? So if you get that, you realize that those are my two choices. So when you feel that, it's like, boom, 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 okay? Or boom, 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 boom. Okay, that's fine. No, don't. Again, you're trying to win. Well, you've got to get rid of that desire to win. You've got to get rid of the desire to win. Because as soon as you put your desire to win out on me, I know what you're going to do. And I can't help but defeat what you're going to do, if it's possible for me to. I mean, you may be so overwhelmingly strong that I can't, but nobody in here is that strong. So when I'm doing stuff to you guys, I'm not winning. I'm just letting you lose. Does that make sense? So when I fight with Soke, there's no point that he wins me. When we're doing stuff, when I do stuff with Soke, he just lets me lose. He lets me think I'm winning. I feel like I'm winning. Up at the points like, he got me, okay? There's never a point at which like, that dude is strong as shit. He just overpowered me. How's he do that? That's never a thing. Nagato, he did give me that feeling sometimes. We're just like, you ran into like, and you're like, whoa, I'm not going to beat that, man. He's just crushing me. But Soke, never. There was never one point where he was like, oh yeah? There was never that point. So I want to give you that feeling too. You want to let them lose while they think they're winning. Okay? Everybody. That's the goal of this stuff. Because let's be honest, as fit as you are now, in 40 years, you may not be as dynamically flexible and strong as you are. Certainly not in 60 years, well, I mean, maybe technology comes along, who knows? But I mean, if we go the trajectory of our ancestors, it will work that way, okay? So can we just do this again for a couple minutes and then we'll change because I know this is tiring on the ground. And looking for that. So the option is, or it's not rocket science, but it is science. Try that. GoPro, stop recording. GoPro, stop recording. Okay, guys. All right, we can get off the floor now. But so again, this is just a drill. It's like a waza. So in Bujinkan we have wazas where we start in Seiza, we start in Fudoza, And then we do stuff like punch comes in and we kick. You're never going to do that shit. That's not real. No. First of all, no one's going to kneel in front of you and then go and grab you like that. That's not a real attack. And yet, in doing that, we get to practice our body movements to do stuff around that. So we do right kick, waza, right? And then you're left kick. And you're like, so okay. And you're like, I'm actually going to step out over here and kick back around. And you learn how to maneuver. You learn to maneuver, and you learn how, sabaki is a maneuvering, right? You learn all this. Robbie, not so loud, okay? Not so loud. And in this process, you get good stuff. Then you go like, okay, now this dude just comes up and kicks me in the face, which can happen if you're sitting on the floor. Okay? No one's going to like come down your level and be like, hey, let's, But so I'm saying, there's fake stuff that's necessary for learning. So laying on the ground while the guy holds you down and goes a 1, 2, that's fake. But once you start to get the hands and the flow goes, eventually you can get into realistic stuff. And maybe you like grab someone, you both fall on the ground and you go, it's called ground and pound, right? That's a real thing, happens a lot. So you can work your way up into that. But what I want you guys to really get is 2 things. One is we're minusculely moving here, just barely moving. And I want you to develop your reflex so that you fill in the blank. So for years we've been talking about gachten. Gachten is the Japanese term for these points where you gain control, conformity. They come together and they work like this. So if Hiromi's over here, and she's my attacker, let's say. She's got her hands here, right? So you also realize eventually we're going to be doing this without them starting their hands on you, right? But for now, we need distinct physical pressure and release of pressure. So when Hiromi pulls this back, and I'm going here, notice I'm just in kamae. Notice my knee bent a little bit, sent, shift, boom. So when she does the punch, I want you guys to be able to do this. See where my hand went to? My hand went right to the scapula juncture, this gachichen right here of the tricep and deltoid and lat. This little guy went right here. So that whatever she does next, I know this. If she goes away from my hand and puts no pressure on my hand, she'll just be moving over there, right? If she tries to come back this way, she'll run into my hand, right? So do whatever's next. She just wanted to get there. But because I had that there, she had to take those extra little shuffle steps. Does that make sense? So if I can get you guys to do anything, it's to already be in position for the next thing. I'm going to exaggerate this the way that Noguchi Sensei does. Okay? So step back and just give me a regular Bujinkan punch. Okay? This is Noguchi Sensei. So do it from this angle so they can see on the camera. So it's here, and he doesn't go, I mean, he does sometimes, but teaching this principle is he's going all the way to this backhand. And then he'll be like, something like this, right? So can you do that in a real fight? No, because no one's going to go like this, right? But teaching the principle of getting to the next thing. The first thing, it's happening. You've dealt with it or you haven't dealt with it, but you're on to the next thing. So even if you got stabbed in the stomach, if you then are trying to do something about that first stab in the stomach, he's already on number 2 and number 10, right? So you have to already be on the next thing. So what I'm saying now is, as that punch comes in, we're training just to be here. So whatever they do next, I at least have contact into their structure so that whatever she wants to do next, escape, punch, whatever, it does this. So now, I'm like, and there's another one, right? And as I close this distance so that, right, see, that's why we're doing those drills, right? That's why we're doing those drills. Not because that's how the fight looks, but because I just want you to get the habit of doing that. Soke does it like this. Soke's like, punch. And he's like, so I want you to check this out. Slow punch at me. Soke's like, this is a bit ridiculous, right? So now punch fast. Soke goes, see how my finger ended up in between her 2 fingers? This is what Soke does. You can't do this in a fight. You'll probably break your finger, unless you're Soke.
From this angle, because he don't change the silhouette, so people see, because our eyes are so liar. Maybe you guys think I punch like this, but no, I punch straight. What happened is when his face go that way, hands, what can I say? It's synchronized like that. So like I'm punching straight, but my target is just blurry, what can I say? Kyojitsu. Can you explain in English? I'm sorry, my English is so terrible.
It's very one is to way make.
I hope they understand.
They do. Can I borrow you, Alex? So just a whatever your punch thing. So I'm saying is soak it as this. See how I'm right where it's because what are you going to do next? So if you punch and pull that back, say, soak is here. See how it went right to that next position right there. So, right. So that's what soke shows. But we know that the training module of attack is you just do the one punch and stop. So soke is like, and then he's like, okay, what's next? Do what's next. And you feel how as I saying it, and this is starting to get ready, that it just stays on here. And then now I'm already halfway to controlling the next thing that he's about to do. So do whatever you want to do next. And so he goes, so why? Because in order for him to do the next thing, he needs to break free of this to get free. So Soki's like, whoop. And you feel it's just a little thing, right? And then he'll be like, oh, you could do this. So do whatever you want to do next. Right? And then he'll go, and these are all gotcha Tim, by the way. They like where it just kind of hooks on. And of course, you could pull his hand out of this. You can go and pull your hand out of this. So this is the thing. Is this the fight? Will a fight look anything like that? No way, not possible. And Soke says that. He's like, don't actually do this. This is not a real fight. It's like, I'm giving you a hint of what you need to be doing. You have to go back and figure out how to make this work in the real fight. So all I'm trying to say now is like, okay, we could be just going dunk, dunk, dunk. So if he gives me that and I do Jodanuke, okay, why am I doing this? Is this going to happen in a fight? No. But what is useful about that? So if he does that and I go, see how it moves me into, see how the positions just naturally occur? So if you do a good Jodanuke, now if I do this, well, I'm going to lose. He does it again, and I go, this, I'm going to lose. You see how I can do a lot of shit? But once I get it good, and do it again, it goes, doing. See the distance of that? And I didn't actually like hit, I just went. So this is correct Bujinkan stuff. If you understand what it is, and you don't get stuck at the preschool level of it, goes into really high level shit. But it's never taught in Hombu. You have to figure that out in your own dojo. Mainly because it's dangerous. So when they were talking about, we used to do sparring and stuff like that, yeah. And probably somebody got hurt, or a bunch of people. I talked to Ogre, he's like, we used to always get hurt. He's like, every time we went to class, we were like, oh, because we knew we were going to get brutalized. And then that just disappeared. Like, I never experienced that. Nobody training here experienced that. None of the foreigners really got to experience it. Jack Hoban did a bit. Steve Hayes did some, way long time ago, right? So why did they stop that? Because it's dangerous. That's why we got to do it in our own dojo. That's why we got to figure out how to use pool noodles. That's why we got to have some headgear and, stuff like that. And we still got to be careful. You still got to be careful because injuries occur. But, thanks for that, Alex. Just want to show you that Soke's controlling the next thing. He's got these reflexes. I'm trying to give you those reflexes for the next thing. Okay? Does that make sense? Cool. So let's take 5 minutes and let this thing just seep in, drink some stuff, and then we're going to move on to the escape Totoku control. Okay? GoPro, stop recording. I don't know why I'm looking at that. It's right here. It's very ordinary stuff. Okay, now we're going to get into some of the fun drills of the escape Totoku control, ETC, etc. That's just a name. Another way of thinking about it is kamae is broken, kamae is fixed, kamae is taken. So break the kamae, fix the kamae, take their kamae. So the whole point is this, like in Shogeki Ukemi, if Hiromi punches me in the stomach, right? It goes, puh, my kamae is broken, right? Then leave it there just a minute. So it's like, I'm exaggerating it. And then the next instant, she's going to be doing a thing, right? So as this occurs, my kamae is broken. I've got to fix it. But while I'm broken, I'm here so that if she were going to do like punch and then do a right punch, left punch. Boom. See how that looks? So I just did escape, totoku, control, all in that movement. Now, to do this drill, and I explained it last seminar, and I'm going to do it now at the beginning. It is 3 parts. Attack 1, attack 2, and attack 3. Now, just so we know, attack 1 actually begins halfway through. So, don't move. If I were going to punch Hiromi from here, it would just go boom and punch through her face, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to go, don't do anything. And then I start here. Okay? So when the technique starts, in other words, she starts moving to do whatever, what will I be doing? The second half of number 1, which will be like this, okay? And then what's number 2 look like? Maybe this, and then this, okay? Whatever, I don't know, it doesn't matter, whatever it is, okay? There's 3 parts. Number 1 starts halfway through. When we get better at doing this, we can start out here and do it. But right now, we're starting halfway through. We're starting from contact. So we're moving from contact to control. And it's already shitty, right? So 3 separate attacks. Easy, Robbie. Papa's teaching. 3 separate attacks. And the first is to escape. So why we're starting this here? So I'm going to do it like this. I'm going to go. So as soon as she starts, I'm actually putting pressure on her so she knows where she needs to move. So when she starts to move, I push through. So this is the first attack. She's trying to figure out how to let her body move to be appropriate for that. That's the escape. This is actually Shogeki Ukemi, how to receive the impact, right? Robbie, Papa's teaching, so please give me just a minute, all right? Yeah, and in just a minute, thank you. So, damn, Paul, he's just like you. Yeah. I wanted to do the totoku. Yeah, so, step 2 is the totoku. First is escape, then totoku. What you'll find is we use the second punch to determine if your totoku is in place. Your escape and totoku, her part, needs to happen at the same time. My 2 separate attacks will give her the chance to figure that out. So I've done this, it's 1, so she goes boom, and then I'm going to do boom, right? So she doesn't know what that second attack will be until I do it. So we're going to do it, so I go boom, boom. So see how she's got to escape it and get a totoku in place. Does that make sense? And I just made this one up. So we've never done this like this. So she's just trying to figure it out as we go. But that's the whole point, is she's got to figure this out. Between 2 and 3 will be her window of opportunity. So if her totoku is correct, good, it will force me to adjust my position, which is what totoku does, right? She'll force me to adjust my position. So I'm just going to say, I went 1, 2, let's say she did it there, then maybe I have to do a shuffle for the next one. In that shuffle, in that adjustment, she will move to control of me. So theoretically, you understand what I'm saying? 1, 2, and 3, separate attacks. 1 is the escape. 2 is the totoku. 3 is the control. But if I put like a little dividing line between 2 and 3, that's the window of opportunity that you'll be creating. So that 1 and 2 is 1 move for the defender. It's 1 move. Okay? So, let's do this. Let's hold I just made this up. So now I'm going to hold the arm, and I'm going to be like, punch from the back right here, okay? So I'm starting here, and then when she starts to move, I continue the punch. Okay? Well, that's okay. Now, here are the rules for this person. Stand normal, not preparedly. Stand in Shizen no Kamae for not moving. And you're not allowed to move your feet out of that position. You can move your feet, lift your toes up or wherever you feel, but you can't step on 1 and 2. When the window of opportunity occurs, you can fall into your new position. Now listen to what I'm saying. You don't step, you fall into your new position. So your foot can move because you fall into your new position of control. Not step into your new position of control. Remember yesterday? Okay, so grab a partner and see what you can do with this. Yes?
Okay, so it would help to understand the parameters of the drill, meaning your partner is going to come up with 3 attacks, starting with being halfway through the first. So let's just use the example of the low punch here, low punch here, maybe another low punch here. Okay. Is the intention of the drill that your partner is going to, at some speed, do all 3 in the first round of this, or do you want to be where you can start to piece it apart and then practice what you pieced apart?
So what this actually is I've gone to contact and maybe boom, boom, boom. That's the whole attack.
So as you're training this, as we're practicing this, you want the uke to do that from the very beginning. Okay, that's what I'm asking.
So how many pieces to this drill are there? Is anybody confused about that? Good. How many do you work at one time? One.
Okay.
So will they do all 3 attacks at once? No. Until what? Until you've got the whole sequence down, and then what I want you to do? Put them all together, right? Now, how fast should the attacks be?
Slightly outside the comfort zone.
Kind of, but here's what's interesting about this. You can go fast. You can't go to the next thing yet. But let's say that I'm here, so it's like, you imagine, I'm hit, and then I go like, boom, okay, she's got her escape. Good. So now what we do, it looks like this. It goes. That's pretty fast. Now, you don't have to like break them, right? But you got to go fast. Why? Because we're standing here, and the way we're all designed as human beings is, we'll do something, and then we'll think that we'll be able to go like over to here, and you just won't in that time period between 1 and 2. You just won't. That's why I say your escape must include your totoku for number 2. But you won't really know if it's right until I go, okay, is your escape right? And your position for totoku? Good. So we go, boom, boom. But it may be boom, and then their totoku does a thing, and I can't come back and hit here because it makes sense, and it forces me to come around like that. So then we know, oh, your totoku did too much to me. You know what I'm saying? And now they're going to have to move. That's too much.
So it sounds like round 1 of 3, let's say there's 3 rounds of training levels, is you want to concoct or achieve the escape and the totoku that you think is going to be needed for the next attack, because you don't know what the next attack is.
Right.
In our drill.
Right.
Conceive of potential what you believe the next attack should be. So that's round 1, is the escape and the totoku. To try it. And then you may fail, but okay, so I understand the expectation of the drill.
So just so you know, so I say you won't know what the second attack is, but you kind of will. And as you do this very quickly, you will know what the second attack is. It's right from the first shape, you'll just know. And that's a super important part of this drill, is so that you start to go like, whatever configuration I'm in, I know what's coming next.
I'm just checking everybody's belief in that statement.
No.
So,
Well, I'm not saying you could do it now, but.
Sorry, the only reason why I'm challenging it is because the first attack may be this, the second attack may be this, or the second attack may be this. And at my level, I've had a hard time detecting in the beginning
Hang on.
which of those 2 was going to happen.
Does anybody know why he has a hard time detecting?
Got hit in the head earlier.
Well, I mean, there was that. It's like,
By Robbie, yeah.
does anybody know why? Think about the language that he just used to describe that. That's exactly right. He's trying to cognitively parse the thing, and you can't. Okay? So if I said, all right, how many of you know how to ride a bicycle? Everybody, right? Okay, you're going to get on a bicycle, but I'm going to put you on to a street you've never been on and say, ride the bike. Will you be able to do it? Yes. But wait, I don't know what each pebble in the road's configuration will be, and there's an infinite variety of configurations of rocks in the road that's all bullshit. You're just going to ride the bike, and you're just going to feel your balance and the pressure on the road. You see what I'm saying? I'm trying to get us to just ride the bike. So it's not that you're wrong, and I'm glad you said that because it allowed me to say that, which is you're going to figure it out quickly. So get a partner and do that thing. And some people do it here in front of the camera so that it can be recorded. Yes? What? Did I need gloves? No.
英語で分かんなかった。
Yeah, it's too much talking. Yeah.
1回目歩いちゃいけない。
Yeah. I know. No, it's he's trying to be helpful, and it's good. It's funny.
歩いちゃいけない。で、ステップしていいけど。
1回、2回、足動かないで。2回から3回まで間にあるから、そういう相手に調整していること、そういう。So check this out. Now, this adds another dimension. This adds another dimension to it. Can I borrow you again? So I'm holding this arm. So when he does his move, see I still have his arm? See how it kind of manipulates his shoulders? So he right now is doing his totoku in response to only my right hand punch. He's not taking into account this. So that's why it's interesting that I said use both hands. Now he's got to be like, okay, well, there's pressure here. So now we get to talk about the sanshin. The sanshin of your taijutsu. Here's the sanshin. This is not your grandpa's sanshin. This is what we're doing. Move slower than your attacker. Move less distance than your attacker. And move with less muscular force than your attacker. So anywhere that the muscular force starts to come on and you start to match up with their force, anytime that the attacker moves this far and you move this far, and anytime the attacker goes like this, you go like this. Does that make sense? So why is that beneficial? So we can train slowly and carefully. So I'm always talking about we got to go faster. We do. But if we just start going fast, heebie-jeebie, it just turns into a big ball of crap, right? So we got to be able to like train slowly and have time to adjust and do things. And then once you get it, then you start to take it up. But we do have to train slower. I know it's kind of weird. You're like, Rob, but you said, yeah, I did say we got to go fast, but not only fast. So can you do it again? And now be aware of my hand pressure on you. So you're not just a rotating block machine, you're a sensing organism all the way through here. Okay, so even right now, you're holding your arm up there, right? So Phyllis, a minute, just grab my arm, right? Right, so as you, now, are you ready with your punch? So even he pulls it up there, let go of my arm for a minute. Okay, do you understand? I'm not doing this. Because now I have artificial tension in here that I'm not going to have in this real situation. So do this again. And that's why I said start in shizen no kamae for not moving. So as I go to move, you do your movement thing. Yes, right. Boom. Okay. Now, what did I do? See, I've neutralized this thing here. So do your next move. Next move. I'm moving according to his pressure. So he can pull this quite far back, right? So as I go, oop, I'm just going to stay here so you can show your next punch, right? It just goes and smashes me again, right? So now this is the first one. So now he does the second one. You see how this works? No, I'm not even looking at him. I do have a camera, but I don't need it. I can leave my eyes shut, right? So as I'm here, I want you guys to feel this. So it goes boom. You understand? You don't even have to move your feet after a while. I mean, you will, because you'll fall into the space. But my point is, I want you to be like this sensing organism all through your body. So wherever the pressure is, you use that as well. Because he's using it. So if he's going in, he's not just going like, You know what I'm saying? He's using this dynamically too. So let's all use it dynamically, okay? Try that. GoPro, stop recording. I guess we missed all that good stuff. All right, so what we've been doing a lot is this escape to Toku control, but with a knife. So then you start to understand like how it changes if this is a knife here, right? So now when she does the move, see how I want to stick in it? Then I go. See how that looks with a knife? Because with a knife, I'm not going to be trying to like punch hard through there. You know what I'm saying? I maybe, especially on this dude. Like if I want to punch this dude and make it hurt him, do it. No, just don't worry. Going like this, going. But down here, he may not even wake up for that, right? So to do some damage on here, I'm gonna have to be like, coming at the lower ribs, maybe, get some organ stuff in here. But he's thick, and it's like I'm gonna have to drill through it. So if he just let your knees kind of clap that forward and do a little rotation like that as I do it, right? So now as I go like boom, that's what he wants to get. Now, at this point, no, don't do that. So his question was, he can't bend backwards like me or like Alex, right? So I'm about to pull this back and punch him again. Just push your butt into me when I do it. Ready? Go. Boom. That's what he needs to do there. Now, you wouldn't want to do that with a knife. Or maybe you would. So think about this. If I have a knife and the target is here and I can stick it in, I'm going to get a lot of penetration. If he moves the target back here where I'm coming like this, it's still going in, but maybe not 6 inches. You know what I'm saying? I might only get like, and then as you're twisting and stuff, so it may be like, kind of like that. So you're still going to get cut. But this is not the knife defense training thing. It's escape, totoku, control, which happens in whatever technique we're doing. We're learning how to move with whatever the attack is. So I sped it up on Alex. Can I just borrow you for this, Alex, so we can see? This is not what we're doing. This is not what we're doing. But just to show what I'm talking about is I was like, okay, move when you feel me grab. So when I go, boom, boom. See what happened there? Now that would have hurt if I hit him with that, right? Now I turned it so that if it caught a bit, it would slide a little bit more, but the blade didn't touch him. Blade didn't touch him. And you notice his arm is in the way here. I was like, boop. So it stopped my being able to retract good to go like this. He stopped it here and made me go whoop like that. See how that worked? Now, this is not, what we're doing is not, it's just that he could do that now. He could do that at that speed. That was a fast speed with a scary thing behind his back that he can't see. But because we practiced escape to toku control, he could do that. So I did it, before I used this thing. Now this, check it out, I'm gonna do the same thing, okay? You hear the sound of contact? Because it's contact. Why? Because it's a big fat foam pool noodle. So the knife fits inside that space inside of there. So when you get your tolerances to where it's doing this, guess what? Now you might not get cut with a knife. You still might, right? But you might not. And so what I think is cool is that he could do that. Now here's the problem. He thinks it's cool. I think it's cool. I'm sure you guys think it's cool. The urge upon us is like, let's do that. Because that's cool. Everyone wants to be able to do that. But you can't. Not yet. It's coming. It's coming. Believe me, it's coming. That's why I said this 1 to 2 contact to control is going to take another seminar or two, because I want to do more of that because that's fun. But, and Alex said it too, it's like he wouldn't have known to do that if we didn't do this step-by-step progression first. Yes.
So we did 0 to 1 last year, 1 to 2, 2 to 3 next year.
We probably won't get to 2 to 3 next year. We might.
Can you spend a year just combining it all?
Well, yeah, of course. And what you'll find is once you do that, really combining, it'll be 0 to 2. Like I could do, like today, I could have it go 0 to 2. You'd get there on a lot of stuff. And so that will happen before we do 0 to 3, if you will. And then we'll do like, so I could even right now, I could be like, all right, so you just did that. We go 1 to 2. Let's do 1 to 3. So maybe we'll have time to do this when we come back in. I don't know. Just, I'll ask you guys what you want, but because I feel like right now we're starting to catch the feeling of this. Not good at it. Well, that was pretty good, but in general, we're not good at it yet, but you're getting the pieces. That's all I need. If you get the pieces and you're a bit more sure of the little nuances in there, then you can practice it. And you'll still make mistakes. Me too, man. I mean, I had to work through and figure this out. I'm like, I could do it. I could do it because it's just taijutsu. But figuring out how to break it down, where the beginning and the end should be, and then how to explain the pieces in the middle, it was all gobbledygook. And my students were like, I don't get it. What are you doing, Rob? You know, so, and it's still a little bit gobbledygooky because, you know, that's just the way it is. But you guys are getting good at it. So let's change the attack. You want to do, we've been using knife ones at all the other seminars. Let's just do another punch or a kick scenario. So who can think of a different attack? 2 hands and or feet, I don't care. Or getting shot by a Nerf, that's pretty cool. Hiromi, do you have an attack that you can think of? You have one? Okay, cool.
I don't know if it's going to work for this, but I really love
Use him.
All right.
So I don't want you moving him across the floor or anything like that.
No?
No, well, I mean, because we got to train in a space, and I want him to be like dancing around the floor. I just do. I mean, if you want to pull his arm and punch him, I'm okay with that. Yeah, but see how you're doing. What you're doing right now is like, I want to call it YouTube Bujinkan stuff, right? So this dude's just standing there, and you're going like 1, 2, 3, 4. Come in here, around the door, come out here, spin. You know what I'm saying? I'm not making fun of you. It's just whatever.
Okay.
So just.
Then how about this?
Just simplify it. Just
hands. I'm coming here.
okay. So now you're gonna punch him in the head. So just do that. Just the head. I mean, don't knock him out, but yeah, you can do that. You can do either side. It doesn't matter. Right. So now let me ask you a question. You as you're using your brain to think about this. If I want to punch this, I'm going to punch you in the head right here. I'm not going to do it, but if I want to punch this in the head, and your hand is here.
Well, my aim wasn't great.
Well, no. Like, why would I want to do this first? Here. But then, why would I want to do that? Does that give me a better or worse angle on the target?
Well, I want to take him this way.
But why?
Didn't do that correctly.
What is your goal of
I
that?
want to end his presence in my establishment so I can remove him.
So is there a punch, or are you just going to walk him out the door?
It's like the handshake thing.
But, okay, I understand. What I'm trying to get to is if you pull me however you're going to pull me, right? So go ahead. Okay, if you do that, how am I going? First of all, that hits you by nature of doing this. You're taking the target away, and you're already giving me shogeki ukemi to get out of your own thing.
Rob, can I just set a scenario? I mean, the first thing he did, I actually saw
My first
this.
one was different.
I actually saw this on a YouTube video of a guy walking down a. This was an attack, actual assault. He's walking. This guy's walking. No, let's walk slow. I was walking through a tunnel. This guy come up behind him. Push. Yeah. Right. So he grabbed it, but you jumped out. What Rob doesn't want you to do is just do this out here. So you just grabbed it like here. What?
Yeah.
Actually, I'm okay with that. What I don't want is
That's what I was trying to do.
But what ended up happening is this.
Yeah. Bujinkan.
Right? Yeah. So it's like so all I want to do is like clip out that video, 10 feet back, 9 feet back, 2 feet back, 1 feet back, and I want to be here. Because here's where the action comes from. I want to go from contact, not from 0 to whatever, but from 1. So contact. So it would be, and then don't look at me. You can just look forward like, and if you're turning now to look, it's okay. So boom, this kind of thing, right? So it's just boom. You guys want to work on that?
Sure.
Okay, let's do that. Now, of course, don't punch the shit out of each other yet. Just it goes like this. It goes, this is coming up here. So relax. Then as soon as you start to move, I'm going to push. So he's got to figure out how not to take those 2 steps. Do you understand? So my whole point is like, if I put you in a telephone booth, not a Doctor Who telephone booth, but it's the regular one, how are you going to maneuver? Because you won't be able to take 2 steps out of the way. How can you maneuver in this space? So our Kukan is right here. What I'm trying to get us to do is, in the actual fight distance, how can you maneuver in this space? Not create more space, not go back to 0, but how can we do our martial art in this space? This arm's length distance or closer. The eye of the hurricane, okay? We got to find that place in here, okay? Let's try that. It's a good one. I'm just trying to get you to be more concise about it. Yeah. I'm not questioning your intelligence or whatever. I'm just trying to get you to like narrow it down. That's why Dante jumped in with that thing. He's like, yeah, I saw that same thing.
Yeah.
You just kind of when you did it.
Yeah.
Very sloppy.
Yeah. So I mean, you're. I want you to get tight on your.
This is some of the best offensive Bujinkan I've ever been taught. Was this? It started out with the handshake. I don't know if you started this. Carl started doing it, and then we were like, "How do you get somebody to leave your house really fast? You don't want them there. Just come up behind them."
Yeah. So again, you can do. Yeah, you can do a lot of stuff like that. So I'm just saying, control in this space.
Yeah. The Shogeki Okemi part of this is us reacting to the strike, or is it kind of like with it, or is it preemptively?
Well, at first you got to just move with it, right? So at first, if I'm here, so read. So now that we've gone through the process of escape to Toku control, let's buzz through. Don't try to get everything right. Don't worry about it. The point of doing this is you're trying to follow the criteria for good taijutsu. Move slower than the attacker. Move with less amplitude than the attacker. And move with less muscular force. This is just the 3 criteria that are like check marks for you. So no matter what you do, you got to ask yourself, did I do it with less muscular force? Did I move less distance than they did? And did I use less speed? If you can answer that, then maybe you got some good taijutsu going on. This is super important because, as Dom and I were talking, you may be able to win with more power, more speed, but probably not going to be more powerful, or faster than everybody on the planet that will attack you. So, good taijutsu is those 3 things. Now, when you got it, you kind of know the parameters of doing this escape to Toku control. Okay. Now, I'm going to go ahead and let us use the knife because otherwise, you just can't get creative enough on the thing. So I want you to get creative and just come up with it. So like, I'm going to borrow you just a minute, right? Come here about it, Daniel, right? So we can do something like this, all right? I'm going to do this. This is dumb. Just to show you, this is not a knife fight. This is not a knife fight. It's not a knife fight, okay? So I'm going to go. And he's got to escape to Toku. So once he does, just do some move to get out of it, right? There's my 3 things, okay? 1, 2, 3. You got it? You don't have to do this one. Just grab. Remember, he doesn't get to move his feet in the first 2. He gets to move his foot to fall into place on number 3, which is the control step, okay? So try that. Just get crazy. Think of your thing. GoPro, stop recording. Yeah, exactly. So now, watch this go. So don't do this. In that, just slow motion, right? This is going here, and then he's trying to come back and beat them. So, does it answer the 3 criteria? No, right? So there, that's all I want to show you. Don't do that, okay? Keep going. GoPro, stop recording. Okay, so I need to clarify again. And again. This is not something you're already used to. This is not something you can do. If anybody watching this or training this could already do this, you would already be good enough that you wouldn't need to be watching this video or doing this class. Literally. You would already have your own martial art if you could already do this. So what this is not your grandpa's martial art fight scenario thing where we imagine what a scenario might look like and then we deal with that. It is not that. It's not that. Not that. Can I have this a minute? Mom, can you come lay on the floor? Just lay anywhere, it doesn't matter. Okay? All right, now go ahead and let's do this piece from here. Do you understand? Of course he's already dead. Of course. He's already dead. There's not a damn thing he could do if this is an actual knife. He's just dead. Now, we've all agreed he's dead. And we're doing ghost wars. So now, as a ghost, how do you do this next thing, fulfilling all the rules? Because I keep saying, these are not fight scenarios. This is not a knife fight scenario. It's not a punch fight scenario. It's not a fight scenario. What it is an exercise, in this case, with a part of a pool noodle, okay? Not an actual knife. It's an exercise to be able to control the kukan, the space between me and my attacker as he goes through the sequence of attacking so that we can, through the worst case scenario, through this danger zone, this storm of the century that you're in, through this point that you can start to go like, oh, so after the knife comes here, that arm is going to be going back there, and then what's it going to be? It's going to be coming here again. So rather than worrying about this arm as it goes back and trying to stop the arm from going back, which it's going to do, I'm going to let the arm go back. And as it goes back, I'm going to move in such a way that the impact would be moving me. So if this was coming here, the impact would be moving me and put Totoku in the way of attack number dos. That's 2 for you guys, right? Attack number 2. So the Totoku does not go in the way of attack number 1. It's already happened. It's attack number 2. Now, you're already going to die from number 1. In this case, it's the raise, the psychopath, so we put it on there, right? But you understand, it doesn't really matter. We'll all come up with ones that are just like, okay, you're already dead. You're already dead. That's okay. Because the goal is not, how do you survive this? You're not. Because this is not an actual thing. You understand what I'm saying? Don't worry if, well, what if I did this or what if you did? Who cares? Because this is not an actual thing. In other words, I have to get you to understand the removal of reality, because you will flinch, cognitate, come up with your habits over and over again if it's reality. So I got to be like, this ain't reality. Let's come here. And now, in this fantasy bubble that we've created, can we develop some new reflexes, some new skills that when you go back into reality, you'll be able to integrate in? That's what this is about. This is about that particular thing. Okay, you did your best. It's all right. Okay, so as you go back and do this again, don't try to win. That's the problem right here is, you already died. You didn't win. So if you can accept that you didn't win already, can you now try to learn? Do you see what I'm doing here? It's like, this is not a win-lose thing. You already lost. You're dead. Dead, dead, dead. So now, from the state of having lost, there's no win possible, can you get better? Good. So now, change the attack. Change the attack. The whole goal is, who cares if you got this one or not? We're trying to move on and on and on. And some of us are going to be emotionally attached to this attack or that attack or this or that, okay? So just do your next thing, whatever that is. I don't even know.
The stock trading guys, they say, assume you already lost.
Assume you already lost. That's
The trade
right.
is over, you lost all your money.
All your money. Yes.
And then
that's right.
start from
And then start from there. All right? That's what Bushido is about. You're already dead. Bushi is death. So Bushi are the warriors who they're already died. I've already given up my life. Now, what do I do that I've accepted I'm going to die? So if I know I'm already dead at any moment, now I can live. Yeah. So it's like, oh, you're going to kill me? Okay, I'm still going to do this, right? Whereas if like I'm fearful of death, well, I mean, there's a lot of shit that can kill you. Right.
I'm dead. I'm already dead. So it's
Well, that's good. So just yourself. So again, your problem is you know how to do stuff. Do you know what I'm saying? That's all it really is. You're already good, and good is the enemy of great. We already did this one, didn't we? Did we do this one already? I'm gonna make up another one here. It's just make this easier here. Right? So now, see how much you moved?
Yeah.
Too much.
Too much.
But correct.
But I have to move it.
You have to move.
Dead, whatever.
Right, you're already dead, so it doesn't matter, right? So no, let it. Your first move was good. It's just too much. Like, how far does it need to go? Now, see how it's off? So just do that. Right? Now, don't move anymore. So now we've done that. So you're going to do this again, and I'm going to do this and put the next attack in, okay? So just do that. So it goes. See, you can't do that, man. You see what I'm saying? You want to win. You want to stop it.
I'm trying to get to the Totoku.
No, that's not the Totoku here.
Okay.
That was a Totoku for some other technique.
Okay.
That's what I'm trying to say is just stay there. Just do your first move, which is really good. Now don't move.
And feel it.
Don't move.
It will come like that.
That's what's happening next. Okay? So when this comes off of here, right, and I pull this back, what Totoku can you do? Okay, let's say you do that. Now I'm going to go, Why? Because you did too much. I can totally feel everything you're doing, and you need to ninja me. Too much.
There we go. That's too much.
Oh yeah, do you feel how much you're overwhelming my power? So I'm going to level up my power when you do that next time, okay? That's pretty good. It just doesn't get you out of the way.
Yeah, I got nothing here.
So, but why? Why? What's the problem here?
Well, my Totoku's totally off.
No, it's not.
Oh, I needed stepping out of the way.
So what's the actual problem here?
I'm in the way. I don't
So
have a Totoku.
why am I able to stab you here?
Because I don't have a Totoku.
No, you do have. It's just not good. Why is it not good? Hiromi, can you tell him?
I thought his hip can.
No, so you're not going to do hula hoops in the space of this time. His first move is good, so that's the first move. And his hip is already out of the way.
Yeah.
So as I come here, so see how you're trying to move your whole upper body? But what can you use instead of the obvious big, huge movement that might affect me? You already tried to do it, you just used the wrong part of your arm.
Mm-hmm.
We won here.
So how easy that was? So that was not your power moving me, that was my retraction power moving me, right? Okay? Now you want to ask yourself, okay, you could do that.
I'm not going to ask myself. I'm already dead. That's
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is like, do you want to move me that far?
No, because then I lose control. I won't
Yeah.
be able to get to the
So now you already know what you're doing. Boom, boom.
Can I move my feet now?
Now you can, because you got to fall into control, right? But see how you barely did anything?
Yeah.
And I know it's goofy ass, but
No. This is helpful, Rob. This is really helpful.
so right there, don't say you're pulling your arm in. Just put your arm in the Totoku shape. Feel that? And then I come here.
Yes. And then you can move like that.
Then he can move his leg, right? Because he's created the opening. When I come here, and I'm coming back around, and see how you're stepping over there? You don't need to do that. But you're so I'm saying, you are good. You're just going automatic, and it's hard to not go automatic. That's all.
This is helpful. We're trying to get the
So here's what I noticed. And this is the thing is, as I'm doing these seminars, I'm coming to the realization that I actually need to do what we're doing right now. Me and you, and me and you. and you need to feel, and I need to work with you and let you feel it till, and I need to be like, no, do this, until it like the statue comes out of the stone, right?
That's it. Right? You're molding us by just helping us to better
So
understand.
2 days of 10 hours each day or whatever it is, it's too much all at once. That same time over 4 days, or half that time over 4 days. So here's what I've done. In Japan, and you know, you were there, I have people train with me, minimum of 5 classes, because I'm trying to teach a thing. So someone showing up for a class and then going over here for class, they're not going to get anything out of it. And it's like, I just don't want that anymore. I want people that are going to go home with a usable thing. And so minimum 5 classes, but think about that. That's over 5 different days, 2 hours, and they go home and they have time to let it sink in. So we could do the similar thing if you had like a morning and an evening class where you have a break in between to go eat, play around, do whatever it is you want to do, come back in. So if we did like Thursday morning, Thursday night, Friday morning, Friday night, that's 4 segments. By Saturday morning, all this shit that I've been doing here and all that prep stuff you'd already be competent, not master, but competent. And then Saturday we could be like, all right,
Soke say Shin in Budo. And most of you guys heard about Shin in Budo, right? The funny thing is, in Shin in Budo, we know the word of Budo. And most of the people don't know about how to write the kanji, Budo, right? But he changed the do from road to guidance. Because we can pronounce exactly same road and guidance.
Directions.
So like if we wrote martial arts road or martial arts guidance, we use 2 Chinese characters each. And if we say that exactly same pronouns, so even Japanese, which one are you talking? Who knows? But he wrote martial arts guidance is my martial arts. He said that. And also the road, Chinese character kanji road and the guidance is only one part differences. Do you understand?
So you understand kanji characters, like they have like little stuff on them, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so the kanji for road, which you see is Budo, like you know Budo. The second kanji, maybe you recognize it a little bit. It's got like a box with a couple lines on it, come down, a little thingamajiggy. That's road.
But if we add under the road, sun means a little. This Chinese character, this kanji means a little. Choko. Like
Just a little bit.
huge, small. So that Chinese character, that kanji meaning is small. But if we add it small, it's become guidance. And Soke said, Budo and Budo, differences is only kanji, a little, but a little differences make you dead or alive. Isn't it funny?
You guys get that? Right, that's pretty cool, right? So it's saying, hey, the difference between these 2 things is just a little bit. It's literally a little, the kanji for a little bit. But the difference is a little bit, and that little bit is the difference between life and death. That's Soke's play with these kind of things.
And today, I think you guys physically understand if my totoku is here, and if his elbow is there, I'm alive. But if I miss a little, I'm dead. That's exactly martial arts, right? So if someone just read this, they don't understand Soke's martial arts.
So can I just say something about that?
Sure.
To tie this into what we did today. So you're doing Budo. Just don't go in front of the camera, okay? So you're doing Budo. We're all doing Budo. So we're thinking like, okay, I got to do this scenario thing, right? That's Budo. But what I was trying to get you to do is the second Budo, which is the divine, the guidance, the divine guidance. And how do you do that? So how do you get the guidance rather than doing the, let's just say the fight versus the appropriately moving? That difference is what the difference between Budo and Budo. That little difference. It looks the same from the outside because your brain's saying it's this fucking knife thing and I gotta do this, this, and this, right? But it's really getting out of your own mental way to let your subconscious or your divine consciousness find the path that you need to take. And it literally was a path. You guys notice that? It was a path. It's like, okay, I come here, and then he moves, then it goes there, and then he said, then I fall into this place here, right? It's literally like a winding your way path. And to be able to find that is the difference of those Budo and Budo. That's kind of interesting just to think about. And it's small because you're looking at it, it looks the same. I thought I was going to punch you in the back of the head. That's pretty funny. Okay, sorry, I just wanted to.
It's okay, it's okay. So, this book is if someone just like a big fan of martial arts, but some people is a fan of martial arts. That's why they watch the TV boxing, they watch boxing or karate, but they don't physically do. Some people don't do, right? That kind of people maybe read this and still, wow, interesting. But they don't know, they cannot understand how great this book is. But because you guys actually physically do his martial arts, that's why we can appreciate this book more. And also this book could be our guidance too. So physical understanding and what can I say, intellectual understanding, we need both. Otherwise, we can't use this, his densho. I feel this is his densho.
Yeah.
His newest scroll, I feel. And page 29, he said, 無常と無は同じです. So what does it mean is, if I say mu, what will you think? Nothing, right? And do you know about mujo? Actually, mujo's mu is the same as mu. And mujo's jo is, how can I say, our normal or something standard continuously happens something. Tsune means like now or like inside a movement or something. But he say mu and mujo is the same. The deep meaning is nothing. Difficult to translate. So moment, even this moment, now is a moment after moment, right? And nothing can be same, right? Because even like a plants, we cannot see the growth by eyes. But if we shoot the camera, we can see even looks same thing is never same. And human is the same. That's why when we grow up, right? We are old enough, so maybe like next year we met again and we don't feel change. But everybody will say, wow, Romy grows so much, right? Mm-hmm. So his meaning of mu, he normally say a lot about the words of mu in dojo, right? And everybody understands as nothing, nothing, nothing. But no, when he used the word mu, nothing will be the same. Means everything always changing. Means martial arts cannot be Polaroid. Picture never change, right? Picture is never changed. Ichimonji no kata and the never change, forever same. But he write exactly, no, nothing nothing mujo means that is only the moment between the movement. We need to figure out which part of the movement he took, and we need to make his intelligence make it alive in your movement. Is that understandable? Maybe my translation is not good. Joe, maybe I can, I'm sorry. Joe is いつもっていう意味。Always. So nothing always. Like even punch. Like we train, right? And we decide is kata geiko, right? Like okay. No. You must work hard. A little bit more. Be better, my friend. So, the kata geiko means everybody think, okay, this waza, the enemy should be do this. Means everybody want to believe never change. But nothing never change. So Soke wrote, nothing never change means inside the battlefield, maybe he don't do right tsuki, left tsuki. But we need to figure out how to do same. Do you understand?
Everything is impermanent.
Right.
Yeah, I think that the play on words here is nothing never changes.
Yeah.
Is a different, turn it around, say everything's always changing.
Thank you to translate my bad English.
It's not bad. No, it's a different interpretation of it.
Yeah, but that's kind of writing inside here. That's why I really love this. And also, I'm sorry I missed my chocolate. But on another page, he said, I think like why I could be a student of Takamatsu was only luck, he said. And if people don't know about Soke, if I translate like this, and then the person said, oh, okay, it was like he's lucky guy. No, in Japan, when we say, I think I was just lucky, means how much I appreciate that things you must imagine, and that's why I am working hard for my master teacher. That kind of meaning is inside there, but nobody knows. I think that is maybe like a culture difference. You know, Japanese people hide many meaning in opposition.
That is a habit that people have. We don't want the habit. We want to be like, wait, just like it's like, wait, stop. You wouldn't go like, right? So, but right, sometimes we're doing this in our training. We're going like, get rid of that and just be like, ooh, okay, so keep going. Hiromi, you can be the, so stand like behind me here. Nice. Good, now go across your body. Now go behind your body. Yeah, so you can turn, right? So if Hiromi does this, right, I want to think about, because again, it's not necessarily striking at this point. It's orienting yourself in 360 degrees. So you may be going, try that. Oh, that's good. So figure out, so let me watch this just a minute. So just do what you were doing, right? So that was much better. But her. That's good. Now go around behind you. There, see, now that was better as his body only went towards her. So before, you did like this. Like if you're looking there, you went.
Maybe you should come here. Otherwise,
Ah, sorry, that's right. That's true. So if I'm here, yeah, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. If I'm here and I want to go, if I want to bring my right hand towards her, front, you can see it looks like that. Back would be what? I'm either going to go up like this, or I'm going to go down like this. So Dante was doing down in school, right? But either way, that's the thing I need to move towards. So I don't want to do this. You see what I'm saying? That's me moving away from the thing I need to move towards. So you cleaned it up after. So it would go like this. It would go, boom, moving that way. So shoot it like that. If it goes up, it's same thing. It's that way. Yeah. So again, if I tied a rope around your wrist, snatched your wrist whichever way, it would pull your body in that direction. Why are we doing this? Because what we're trying to do is take control of our opponent's perceptions and what they think they will be doing. So if Ramen is here and we're in this situation and I go, that's a huge clue for him, right? If I'm here and I just go, doing, he doesn't have time to prepare for what I'm doing. So if I brace to deliver cool impact, boom, he also is moving to adjust to that. So I don't want him to have that adjustment. I want him to not win the score, and it's just out there. Does that make sense? So which punch will hit harder? The one where I do this and drill it, or the one where I just go, do it like that? Which one hits harder? Yes, except that in real life, that one never lands. The second one lands. And the second one doesn't knock him out. It disrupts his pattern. It sets him up for the next thing, and then the next thing. Do you understand how we're trying to get to? We're not trying to be knockout champions. That's fun, but you can't count on that. So instead, what we're trying to do is constantly pattern interrupt. And we want to not just interrupt, but we want to deceive what you know will be happening, what the other person knows will be happening. This is the essence of ninjutsu, is that deception in the martial art, is to not do what they expect. That way, you can be Hiromi and fight, a big strong guy. Otherwise, it's just power for power. She's going to get crushed. All right? So try this again, and Paul, you can be the Simon. Simon says, raise the hand up.
He keeps eating, so
Stop eating those things, yeah. You can't have too much candy, Robbie. It's bad, all right? But you're doing a good job. Thank you. Bye, brother. Good to see you. So, on the preparatory drills, the fill in the blank, so we were doing like this, right? Now we're going like behind our back. So you can stand like this, and your like hand goes boom, and you're just shooting yourself towards them, right? Yeah, and make sure that you're only going towards them and no away from. Yeah, like that. Right. So if it's this one, maybe you will go this way, right, and then boom, like that. Your hands either up or down.
That was on model 3, right? On the video?
Yeah. That movement is on that one. That's right. Cool. All right. So you're starting to get the hang of this, right? So now we need to do this with the body, and we got lots of space here. So we're going to do this drill now. We're going to do the wall drill real quick to get into it. So Hiromi's here. I'm pushing both hands, and then she's going to put her hands up. So there's two ways of doing this. Typical style where you're holding your own butt. That's one way. And then when I go, see how she's falling towards this? And she's going towards my shoulder? Or she starts with her hands already engaged. So when I go, she's that much faster and closer to getting here. So this is the fill in the blank. So don't move. When I go like this, see there's like this hole opening up. If you can think about like the energy that I'm pulling back here. She wants to be pulled into that energy. Go ahead. So it's whoop, like that. So even now I'm going to go fast. Ready? See how fast she's pulling in? So we need that reaction time to be closing in like that. If there's a gap, I'm going to be punching already. Does that make sense? In real life, they may be faster, but this is a drill. So let's get a piece of wall and a partner and
Okay, one spot over here, and then just don't knock your head on it.
Rob, is it fill in the blank drills?
yeah. Good. Good. And then also ones where you start with your hands already up, like his arm height, not inside, like here, right? So when he pulls, you go over the top of one, right? So have a little bit more. No, you're fine like that. Just a little bit more. No, that's too much. Just a little bit. So that you have a little bit coming over here. Because he's going to punch next, and all you want to do is like let it deflect through. Yeah, that's all. Hey, man.
I know, right?
What happened to Rob? Ray knocked him out. This hand. Yeah, so what you're going to do is you're going to deflect this punch inside. Mm-hmm. So this can go a little bit more here. And this is just so if you start with your hands down, there's no choice, it's going to be under. If you start with your hands on his arms like this, it goes over. So if your hands start like this, lightly, and even make a fist, just so it's light. So now pull back, Ray. So feel how you're pulling that side back. Don't. So let me do it to Ray just so you can see, right? When I'm here, as Ray pulls back, see how this one's actually coming through, and this one too? And notice how this starts to rotate him like that. But we've done Bujinkan so long that we've done this, but what happens right now? He's just going to punch me in the face because there's nothing happening here. But when I do this, see how I can bring my head over here and be like that too.
You're in that space.
Yeah.
You're hiding your face behind it.
Yeah, that's the toy. Exactly. Oh, no. Doing this part? Okay. That's good.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
start from.
Yeah, this is the other way. Start with your hands already ready. So when I go, right, and try to think about, you're going to take this hand and grab my shoulder. That's good. Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's right. Let me explain a couple points on this drill. Most of you have done this already. Okay, Dom, can I borrow you? I need to just stand there. It's good. Pretend you got a wall. Couple things. When I'm here and I'm pushing him, especially against a wall, there's cool things that happen when there's a wall behind you. The wall doesn't move. So your butt's up against the wall. If he pushes his shoulder forward but just pushes his butt into the wall, he will come forward. So it doesn't matter. I'm going to do this on Hiromi. Just stand here, back up a minute. So Hiromi goes to the wall. Hiromi's much smaller and weaker than me. Okay? Lean against the wall. Okay? Push forward with your upper body. Push me. No, do it. Do you understand? So even though I'm wedged and braced against her, she's got the wall behind her. Do you understand? So use the wall, and I'm purposely just locking this in. So put your hands up. Now just go forward quickly. See what this looks like? Because this is physics, simple physics. So you want to use that because what we're trying to do is move towards the chambering of the weapon. So the guy has his sword and he pulls it up in a Daijodan. That's the moment that you would do your ninja claws and go and stop it. You wouldn't actually go while the sword's coming down because it's just going to go right through that and embed itself in your head and cut your hand. So when he pulls it up is when you go, whoom. This is the timing. We're trying to get this timing. Okay? So when you use the wall, can I use you now? Watch this. So he's smart. His hands are already up on the level of my arms. When I go boom, notice both of these shoulders have come forward. Notice this. So if the wall is here, see the gap here? This is great. Both these shoulders have come forward.
And so what this was one direction, two direction.
Yes.
So you can never keep up.
Yeah.
And when I thought you were like, you're creating that sun cut.
Yeah. Everything has to be three-dimensional, right?
Right.
But, so even two-dimensional, if you have two things, the body can't deal it. But you add a third, like this,
Yeah, that's what I was even seeing, that you can even add koshi.
Yeah, so so it's like I'm going down already, right? Which is it's deep, yeah. Just too many things all at once. That's right. Chikama. Okay. So we have any questions on this? We're just talking, and it's like, okay, there is some subtlety in the hand thing, and I'm not yet good enough to explain it succinctly that people get it in the first 5 minutes. I haven't got to that level as a teacher yet. But also, it's not that freaking complicated, right? So what I say all the time is this: how you train is more important than what you train. How you train. So there's so many human foibles that we bring into our training. And a master coach has to, through years of experience and thousands and thousands of people working with, figure out how to overcome those foibles. And you never completely overcome them all. But I can tell you that the Bujinkan way of training, Bujinkan, YouTube Bujinkan, go to Hombu Bujinkan, is loaded with foibles. And by foibles, I mean things that are going to make you not ever get good. It's fundamentally bad. Not because the teachers are bad martial artists. They're bad teachers. Not because they're bad people. Because they don't know how to teach. They don't know how to overcome these problems. So we're like, well, we have the tradition of doing the things this way. And instead of being like, maybe Mark or I would be like, okay, I'm going to ride my students a little bit. And they're going to be uncomfortable. They don't make you uncomfortable, especially if you're a foreigner. They don't make you uncomfortable. They're like, oh, you fell down and broke your wrist. Oh, so good. Here's a promotion. Okay? And so people are like, oh, I must be pretty good. I'm so good that even though I fell down and broke my wrist, they promoted me anyway. That's how good I am. It's like, no, you missed the thing. So that's what I mean by they're bad teachers. Because they're not teachers. They're not teachers. So if you ask this Japanese person right here, she'll tell you, their job, the Japanese way, is not to teach you. It's not like when you hire a coach and the coach's job is to make you better. In Japan, when you give them money, it's so you can watch the show. Like if you go to the movie theater, the job of the movie theater is not to make you do whatever the movie's about. The job of the movie theater is to entertain you. And if you go like, hey, that was really cool. I would like to also ride a bicycle around the world or something like that. Great. So that's the Japanese way is, I'm doing something, you pay me to watch. I may say something mystical or poignant or clever or make a joke and we all laugh, we pat each other in the back. But at the end of the day, my job isn't to teach you. You want to get good? Figure it out. You figure it out. That's the Japanese way. And once we realize that, we go, oh, well, shoot. Now what do we got to do? We got to start looking at ourselves and we're like, what are we doing? So I said earlier, it's human nature to cheat. But that's how we survive. That's how we win. It's like we figure out how to like cheat the animal. Like, okay, that animal is going over here to get water at this time every day. I'm going to hide here off the trail where they can't smell me when they come by. I'm going to jump up and throw my spear into them. You said we're cheating. We learn to cheat so we can win. But the problem is we cheated everything. So when we're in here and I'm the uke and Paul's going to come up here and he's going to be he's doing the technique. So I'm this uke. He doesn't know how to do it great yet, right? So we go like this way. Okay, so we go. Right? And you're like, no, you're not doing it right. It's like, it's your fault, not mine. So he's trying to do it again. So we're like that, and we go. Sensei, something's wrong here. Hey, yeah, I think you could all quite clearly see what's wrong here, right? And this happens over and over again. I'm exaggerating so you can see it more clearly. But some version of this is happening a lot with everything. The flip side of that is, how am I supposed to know what I'm supposed to be doing here? How many of you have actually spent a large amount of time learning how to deliver devastating attacks on people at full speed? One, maybe. Anyone else? Like a lot, like you were actually going up and just kicking the shit out of people a lot. Like, you know, how to stab, what? Not even kendo. Kendo is okay because it goes fast. But I mean like boxing, where you actually were like boxing and like compounding people, kickboxing where you're kicking the shit out of them, okay? Until you do that a lot so that when I watch you, be like, ooh, that's pretty scary looking stuff. You don't know what it feels like to move dynamically, aggressively at a person. So again, if I'm here and I want to punch, I am going to start to lower my shoulder, turn, my hips start to open up to come around here, and I'm going to come through with this punch. If I'm not trained, I'm going to be like doing something that looks like that, right? So it's very difficult. And even if you don't want to cheat, until you learn how to do a thing like attack, you're going to cheat. You see what I'm saying? So this is the problem. And I'm telling you, in home boot, that never, ever gets cleared up. Never, ever. And it will never get cleared up. Because it's your responsibility as a student to go get all that cleared up before you come see me and give me my money. That's how it works in home boot. So I'm trying to not do that. I've moved away from that way of training. I'm not doing that. People can go do that. I know it's fun. It's right. You go to Japan, you go to the temple, you go skiing, you sit in an onsen, you train at home boot. All equally martial arts. Okay? I understand that. But here, I want you guys to really discipline yourself a little bit more and be like, am I really being a good uke? Am I really doing this? And if you think you are, double check it with someone. Double check. Say, hey, can I feel it? I just want to feel this. I want to see if I'm doing this right. And then triple check it, just to make sure, because we're all going to cheat. We're all going to cheat. We cheat in different ways. So Robin does a whole bunch of martial arts, and he's done a bunch of other stuff. And so his cheat is different than Paul's cheat. They're both cheating. And we got to figure out how to take the cheat out until he has the idea, and then we got to put the cheat back in. Do you understand? It's the shuhadi. It really is. It's the shuhadi. Okay, so we're going to take a lunch break now. I think it's 2. It's a little after 2. So we'll come back at 3. Okay?
It's 2:20.
2:20. So say 3:15-ish. We'll come back at 3:15. So at 3:15, if you're cool, Raj, you can do your. At 3:15, you want to do your thing. So that's cool. When we come back in, and then you can move them in, and that'll be like a warm up to get going again. A mental warm up, or they'll die. They'll die. Someone will die. Yeah. That's right.
Very cool stuff, man. Very cool.
I appreciate it. It's coming.
Really enjoy it. I'm not sure I can. How late are you guys going today?
6.
Yeah, I might have to cut out just a little early.
No, that's no problem.
But super cool to just. This is actually one of the things that I love about what I'm going to do is that I get exposed to these different worlds, and
Right.
it's super cool to learn. Because my brain starts to translate. I've always done that with tennis. Is okay. All these other sports are doing these amazing things. What do they have that we could learn? Like, what are they doing that we could steal a little bit from, and maybe 1% better? Because that's the difference.
That's exactly right. I thought a little 0.1%. Yeah, right.
And so it's really, and it's neat to see. You get in your own world, and I always get fascinated by the detail people have invested. This stuff that you're presenting is not stuff that you sat down and went, oh, this is a good idea. This is
right.
Decades of experiential, packed on top of tradition and history, and then your own exploration to get to the point where you can. Wayne was like, well, how do you like it so far? It's like, you should do it for beginners. I'm like, we're totally beginners, but what's cool is it's being broken down into very manageable pieces, right? I'm not going to walk out here good, but I'm going to walk out of here with concepts.
But that's right.
That's right. Train.
That's
I might get good.
That's right. And it not even takes so long. So there are people in here that have been training 30 plus years.
Yeah.
They're the highest ranked people in here. several of them. But no one's really doing it any better than you are. You know what I'm saying? Because this comes into because this is stepping outside of like all the formulas that we learned and into like, okay,
You have to unlearn that stuff.
now
It's almost worse.
yeah, right. Yeah, it is. Well, that's what it is.
30 years of training.
That's right. That's right.
Doing
Yeah, because you got a habit. You know, you're pronating something wrong, or your knee position, your toe position's off, and you don't even know about it, and it just keeps cropping up, and you're like, now you got to fix it. Man, how many? It throws everything else off.
Big chain link fence.
Right.
Gets undone.
Right.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
No, it's true. I mean, it's sometimes like making a change for a pro player in tennis. It can be a 6-month investment.
I absolutely.
Right? Because you think, oh no, they're pros, they should just do it. It's like,
Nope.
no, they've done it this way for
That's right.
25 years.
That's right.
And they have to break that neural pattern.
When I work with like high level athletes, oftentimes their like some general physical preparation stuff is terrible.
Yeah.
Like maybe they're a baseball pitcher, and then they can't do some easy thing that everyone else can do. But they're they could be world class at pitching. They're really good at that. It's like, okay, so if I had them earlier on, I would clear that out and go. But at this point, you just destroy them. You just wreck them if you go that. So you're like, okay.
That's the art of coaching.
That's the art of coaching, right?
There's the science and the technical, but
right.
All right, where do we pull back? Because maybe they're exceptional at something, the way that they do it.
Right.
And unless you think it's going to limit them at some point.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm assuming that you did something with like this, right, Paul? So for these guys, I would literally have them doing this. So they're fighting, and I'm pulling their hips forward. So their quad is getting eccentrically loaded. So as you can see, it's actually getting longer as that happens. So they're able to do that. So the trainers loved it because they're like, I have to pull these 6'7" guys forward with a towel, and I'm done by the third guy. Now they can do this on their own. So these are all the different things, but I'd love to have a couple other people try it if they're interested. You anybody else want any takers? Sure. Yeah. So if you for the super brave, there's an anchor outside that we can do a single leg lunge, which is one of the most god awful things you can do. So the reason we don't do traditional squats with the bar on top, so because the eccentric load is so much more. So this little chicken leg, single leg, eccentrically can put up over 240 pounds, just the one leg, right? Eccentrically, when I'm getting pulled down. That kind of compression on your spine, so if I did that bilaterally, we're looking at like 400 or 500 pounds, right? That kind of compression on your spine is not something that anybody's excited about, right? Certain spinal compression is okay, but 500 pounds on my frame would not be okay. So we put that on the hip, right? And we generally do things unilaterally. And the reason for that is unilaterally, one, for most athletic things, you almost never do things bilaterally. And two, you actually, it's very hard to stabilize your body enough when you're doing things bilaterally to get the eccentric overload, right? So for instance, if I'm doing a row, if I do this unilaterally, I can stabilize off this front leg hard enough to pull that arm out, right? But if I do it with both hands and someone was controlling me, I would simply just pull myself off the ground before my arms gave out. I would be too strong to handle that. Does that make sense? Yeah? We're doing lunges. So I would anchor down low. Like I said, if you have an interest, we'd anchor down low. There's one outside, and we put the hip harness on, and we would use both arms to pull ourselves down, and we would drop down here, and then we'd come back up.
By the way, he's got a training program with tennis.
Yeah.
And that's
Yeah.
the first exercise. And like you said, it's the most unpleasant thing.
It's pretty brutal.
I'm not at all smart about this stuff, just what I understand from whatever.
Tell me.
Normally you talk about like, if you do like, for example, high weight, low reps, you tend to build muscle. If you do low weight, high reps, you tend to kind of more tone muscle. What is the expectation or the outcome of these types of exercises?
Right. Great question. So it depends on, it's just like how you do anything else. So if you do the 60 to 90 seconds, you're probably not going to put on tons of mass. You will put on some muscle. It won't be the mass builder, but you are getting, so normally we separate cardio and muscle endurance from power and strength, right? When you do that 60 to 90 seconds, because you're systematically wearing down those different muscle fiber types, you're actually getting all that at once, okay? So you're going to get a big bump in strength. You might not get a big bump in hypertrophy, depending on what your natural genetics is, depending on where you are on your fitness journey. Having said that, if you wanted to gain hypertrophy on this, you would be able to lift more weight than you would in the gym. So, are you guys all familiar with drop sets? So you basically do a set, you drop the weight, you go again, drop the weight, you go again, and you keep going because you're getting more and more fatigue, so you do less weight. This is literally a drop set that's tailored to you for the whole time, right? So if you wanted to build mass, I would do more volume. I would do a set of 5 with like a minute and a half rest, another set of 5 with a minute and a half rest, and then another set of 5 with a minute and a half rest. And then I might do that every 3 or 4 days, right?
I think for the martial arts in general, you want leaner, more
supple.
Yeah, this typical type of training that he's talking about. Yeah, because like you said, what's happening is the muscle is actually engaging, and like from the tight point all the way to full extension. So that's giving you an extra range of motion. We need to talk about that.
Yeah.
But that will also increase, like you said, if you change a few parameters. Arnold Schwarzenegger did a lot of that. What he would do is go pump his chest up and then hop down on like flies and just let it stretch out. So once you get blood in there and it's engorged, then you overload it where it's full and all the way out to range of motion. That will increase the size too. So you can do that kind of thing. Like you said, most people really want to do that.
Yeah. So a couple of quick questions. So one is tied to that. It seems like it's important that you or your partner monitor for a full range of motion. Because if you don't, we're going to strengthen with a narrow range and then weaken relatively outside that range, right? So you have to be.
So that's a great point. There's a lot of mixed reviews on that. There's a lot of studies that show that you get 15 degrees of each side of an isometric. So if I'm right here, I get 15 degrees higher and 15 degrees lower. So a lot of people will make the argument that if you have a decent range of motion, you're still getting the strength in those further ends. I like going to those end ranges, and that's one of the strengths of this piece of equipment is that we can go. So I'll give you another quick example of another movement, and that's a chest fly, right? Now, it looks a little like what we were doing in class, but it shouldn't take this much effort, right? So normally we do a chest fly. We bring our arm from here to across midline. That's what engages the pec, right? So again, same thing, range of motion issues. If I just do that with this, you can see I'm going about 6 to 8 inches. And that's not really very satisfactory. But what we get to do with this, because we can keep our maximal force on it, is I can move the body around the joint. So if I'm going to do the chest fly, I'm driving out of this leg into this hand, so it's a full body maneuver, and I'm going to turn my chest away. So now you can see my pec is on stretch, right? Now that gives me the ability. So here's the beauty of this is that when we talked about getting into those end range motions, right? My force production capability right here is very, very different than it is right here, right? Right here, I'm extremely weak, right? I'm much stronger here. But I can go through that full range of motion because it's going to match, and I don't have to worry about the injury aspect of it. I don't have to figure out what weight is correct for me to get through that range of motion. And if I can lift it here, then it's way too little here. And if I can lift it here, I'm in danger out here. Does that make sense? So this matches you for that whole range, right? And you can actually stop at any moment, like you were saying. Let's say you wanted to do the Arnold Schwarzenegger protocol and you wanted to be on that full stretch. I'm going to stop right here after I've done a set of 10, and I'm going to press as hard as I can, and that's going to be a whole different level of suck. but it gives you the flexibility to do all these things very, very efficiently. And here's the cool thing is, this was literally rigged because this is what we had available, right? But you can go do this in a park, and you can go lift more weights anywhere than you could in a gym if you've got access to an anchor point.
So can I just say something? Like I kind of know where you're coming from. So you're a gym bro, right? So you're still thinking. Well, but,
oh, are you really?
Yeah, as you're thinking about like I had been there too. It's like bilateral squats and deadlifts and bench press and stuff like that, right? And you're thinking like to overload that. This is the thing, but
show me the world-class powerlifters that are also super athletic at just gym and sports, right? So what, I mean, you can talk about this, or
Sure.
is what you notice is a lot of this, your whole core is having to be engaged, not just like just your abs, but the entire connection through your feet and everything is being engaged, which is really the big carryover for like our Kyojitsu stuff. Is, you know, when we're doing all this kind of extension here, like that, really that fascia chain wrapping all the way around the opposite feet and stuff. So this is letting you get that overload and stressing that whole core through all these the fascial chains that exist.
Oh, I like it. I'm just trying to figure out how I know I'm doing overload. Like, how do I know how much resistance today, next week?
Yeah. So the answer to that question is simple. There's two things. One, if you want to buy a really fancy, expensive force gauge, there's a company that does that. You can buy that. Yes, they are. I'm working with a couple different companies. I'm not interested in making money off of that. It's literally just for people who want that information. My thing is literally train on this and test like you would with normal weights. So you do an overhead press on this for 3 weeks, come back and test, see what you do in the gym. I've had numerous athletes. I had numerous athletes come back with a very similar story. I'll give you one. High-level baseball player, deadlift 500 pounds, didn't touch a weight for 3.5 weeks, did 45 minutes, so 2 sessions of 20 minutes on this a week. 4 weeks later, deadlifted 525. So for an accomplished lifter, that kind of progress in a month is not very common. You're probably aware of that.
Like I just did 3 sets. Like
Exactly.
my glycogen is gone. I'm like,
And that's exactly right. Right. So now he's talking about that fuel source. Glycogen, what he's referring to is this internal safety deposit box of energy that every muscle cell has. Every cell has it. And when you're under emergency situations, you don't have time to draw glucose out of your bloodstream and then go through the Krebs cycle and create energy. What you do is you tap into this safety deposit box. When you do that, the good news is after you're done, your body is now sucking sugar out of your bloodstream, right? So you're changing your insulin sensitivity, you're increasing your ability to handle insulin spikes. All of these things are happening. So there's an 8-hour course on this thing to talk about the science behind it, but that's it. Cool, thank you. Yeah, please.
That is like your question is like, okay, 5 days or 3 days, and I can tell you just from practical real world experience. So you work with clients, and you're probably charting out like this week A, week 2, blah blah blah. Right? I understand that, me too. But what I found is, if you go in 3 days later, you're just going to be weaker, and you're going to feel it. And even if you're not weaker that time, the next time you go in 3 days later, you're going to start to notice, okay, I'm not able to. And also my sleep is not quite so good. There's a whole lot of like measurements all around this kind of thing. And you could get more specific about that. Measure the quality of your sleep and how much do you sleep and blah, 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 all that. But really, you're just not getting stronger. So you're like, you feel it. When you're doing the workout, you'll feel, I can't do any power today. And then you just let the duration occur.
And 3 to 5 days sounds like this really scary number. It's like, oh, well, what if I want to work out more? Great, go work out more. You just don't need to lift heavy. The point is that if you look at most workout splits, and you're a strength and conditioning coach, you can speak to this, you're usually splitting those workouts so that you have enough time to recover with the muscles that you actually worked on. So if I did a back and bite, I don't know if you do that, but let's say you did a back and bite.
But you want to practice keeping this shape. This shape is the important part. Okay? Try that shape. Change partners a bit. Oh, dude, that was great.
Awesome. I really appreciate it. I'm going to stick around for a little bit longer.
Please, yeah.
Hang around. I'd love to just keep observing if you're cool with that.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
Yeah, we'll be in touch, and when you're coming back out this way.
For sure.
Come hang out.
We're usually like every couple times a year, so summertime we'll be back.
Okay, cool.
So.
Well, let me know. Definitely, we'll catch up.
For sure.
Catch up and hang out some.
And if you ever get into Japan, let me know about that too. If you take a trip, it's on a vacation, Closer, Daniel.
But I haven't been there in about 6 or 7 years now.
Oh.
But I was telling you, Ariake Stadium, that's where we'd always go. That's where the trainers were. But yeah, definitely be fun. Look at you.
Nice, Robbie Coon.
What if I bumped you on the head? Did I bump you on the head?
Yeah.
What do you think about that? It was really hard?
Hot.
That's really hot. Oh, got it.
Hard.
hard.
Your head is hard or this is hard?
Oh,
Good punch. Ooh.
Wow, you got it.
Oh, gotta be careful that one. Huh.
Yeah,
Good.
dangerous, man. I love it.
Good job, Robbie.
Get it, Robbie.
Closer, closer, Dom. Closer. Yeah, good idea. Here, hit on me. So he's got the camera, right? So just put your hands together like this, right? So now, okay. Just keep moving. Okay. That's should be good. Yeah, but let's think about that a little bit more too. So guys, one of the reasons that we're using one of the reasons that we're using these styrofoamy things is because they don't hurt. They don't hurt. So what you want to get used to is get your arm in a position. Now, be close enough that this can touch, right? And then you just let me cut you. So now move, but try to get that close, right?
And then try and get it lower.
And not see, right now you're trying to lower your butt.
Okay.
Don't do that. Just start to figure out the angle. Change your angle. Like if you're, hold on a minute. If you're holding this, now you want to start to see about. So I want you to remember what I said before about this thing. If I'm holding the sword, this is right here, okay? What you see people do is this with the sword, or this with their arm. That's not what we do. What it actually is if this is here, it's right? That's totoku. Okay, notice the angle of my arms doesn't change, right? So when I'm here like this, it's literally, it's that. Does that make sense? So same thing with this is as he's going, do you see how that looks? So you're moving behind the weapon. You are shielded behind the weapon. So the totoku is basically like your spine, shoulders, and arm. And then the hoshi is your legs. It's the platform that delivers the totoku. If that makes sense. Totoku hoshi. Form of a cannon. Okay, so try this and see if you can get close and then start to play with this. Okay, that's the next piece of that. Yeah? Yeah?
They do.
Yeah, so right, so don't do that. So stand, so just natural, neutral, pull one foot behind the other, right? So now,
just walk.
Yeah, so now flex, squat a little bit. That's enough, okay? If you're really super awesome, you could do this. But otherwise, this is fine. The other thing is, the weapon targeting is here, right? Basically, here to here is the range of the weapon targeting. So if my arm is to get this or this, where does she need a totoku? So remember what I said earlier when we're doing this drill. Yeah, she needs to control my shoulder. But our brain sees the knife and thinks, put your hands in place, thinks, this is what your brain is going to tell you to do. But what you really need to do is make sure that this can't come in. So, right, so she's got a totoku. So if my shoulder, don't move, was my face, what I see is her face framed by her hands like this, okay? So that when this is here and I start to go, she can just take this frame a bit like this. So it goes, see what that looks like? See, I just missed. Now she changed the frame a bit, right? And I go, so here, if I go up, it still deflects down. If I go low, it misses out here, and she takes the frame back over here. Now, if she goes too low, see, I brought my knife down low, she got tricked by my knife. See, my knife is down low? Shoom. So what does she need to control? Shoulder space. She needs to be here. So in this frame, if I go low, she just makes a minor movement. If I go high, she makes a minor movement. Do you see how little that movement has to be? Because how much time are you going to have to recognize where it's going? None. What you actually recognize is when this hand goes back like that, you're going to recognize the shape of this body. So as a tennis coach, I said this before, and I'll tell you, if you're going to return the serve, you're going to return the serve of a powerful server. If you are standing there waiting to see where the ball is going after it leaves the racket before you move, you're not returning that ball. That's too late. That's with the distance of a tennis court. We're right here. So if you're looking to see where this is going to go before you decide it's up or down, you're going to be too late every single time. So what are we doing? What we actually are starting to feel by doing this movement is if this is a knife, right? You just have the knife in your hand, your imagination, is as she goes to cut and it misses, see how the body does that? See that little thing? And then the lean comes in right here? I know what that shape looks like. So I know that if I'm in this particular confluence right here, and when I do this, she can't cut my neck. Okay, go back there. She can't cut me low. Okay, she cut my neck. Understand? Because I know what's happening on the retraction, that thing that we did earlier, the fill in the blank. I know that. I don't see what she's doing and then block that. That's way too late. So when it's like da-da-dum, da-da-dum, whoop, right now that person is already reading this body language to know how that tennis is going to come, the tennis racket's going to come around, hit the ball, or it's going to, they may get wrong, and this guy may be really good at deceptively hitting. But that's when they're like, and that's when they're reading it. They're not waiting for this. And then it's too late. And that, again, that's with the full tennis court. Here, we're right here.
But I see many of I see many.
I heard that. Okay, so again, go back into this. Go back into this so that it's an adjustment. Whoop. See how she took that step right there? That's also an important piece. So it's like, she's close, then she rides in there, goes here like that, boom. See, she's starting to adjust feet. So this thing works together with your Canon platform, okay? Yeah, so what is Hoku no Kamae, honestly? Yeah, so we made all these names of Kamais because someone took a snapshot in time. They got a Polaroid. So like, hey, what happened really? Who knows? Maybe the guy was like this, and he was like, and right in that moment, someone took a snapshot, and then he went into Doko. So he went, right? At any point, like, okay, so that's Doko, it's Hoko, it's Ichimonji, and you're like, okay, so yes, we could do all those. Anyone that was on the Ryuko Chishin thing that they're talking about from Tenchi Jin, Soki's talking about the 6 ways of the Shizen no Kamae from the Tenchi Jin. Anybody know that? It's like, and he's saying like how all these ways become, then you have the high, medium, and low of that. So then you have these 18. 18 what of Shizen no Kamae? What 18 ways of Shizen no Kamae? Do you know the 18 ways of Shizen no Kamae? No, nobody does. Why? Because they don't exist as distinct things. They're just, you keep moving your body in this space, guarding high, or guarding medium, or guarding low. And there's your Shizen no Kamae with the 18 forms of Shizen no Kamae. There's no 18 forms. But this is Soke in the Tenchi Jin long ago talking about this concept. So it's don't get bogged down by, okay, Shizen no Kamae is this, and Hoko is this, and Hira is this. They're all the same because they're all just movements that are appropriate in the moment, if that makes sense. Okay? Good question. Thanks. All right. More.
So importantly, I misunderstood you earlier in the whole sequence of things. You often talked about not letting the elbow come out, but you mean relative to the body, the spine.
Yeah, yes, exactly.
So it has
Exactly.
it's okay for it
Yes.
to rise.
Yeah.
It's to be relative to the spine.
See, it looks sideways now, right? But it's relative to me changing.
See, I was making an effort to try to keep it always
Me?
vertical.
Not like that. It's the yeah, like that. Yeah, that.
You sure? You're gonna punch me now? Who's the winner here? You see, it's close, right? It's like who wins? This is how it gets to be. It's like who gets to be more subtle and more able to control. Because you felt it could go either way, right? You're both doing the same thing now. That's good.
We were ending up in a lock position, and then practicing either up and over.
Yes. So here's how you don't end up in a locked position.
Forward pressure.
Right? So this goes up.
While we're here, while I have you, can you explain the downward again so that if his sword glances?
Can I have this? So if it's here, right? So first of all, your tip is back too far. It needs to be here and out like this. So watch. So when it goes here, watch it goes. Right? So now I'm about to go and come back at you. So you need to just do this. No.
Just go down.
Right? So try that. So you come up, boom. And now push that down as you bring your left foot forward.
Okay.
It's okay if you cut me with your sword.
Right. It's sorry.
Not there.
Yeah. So can I try that one more time?
No, back up a hair. Okay? So boom.
Down.
So your timing is, so cut me a minute and let it go down, but go slow so you can see. So it's boom. Feel that?
Yeah. So it just lands. You're not trying to like swing it. Or
No, exactly. All I'm doing is I need to walk through this space, right? So it goes boom.
And then and because the pressure is always this way.
Yeah.
I end up no space to cut.
Yeah. So I won't have time to go chunk, like movie style, you know what I mean? Like we did with kids. So it's like black. Like I do with Robbie. Then it won't happen.
No sword fighting. No giving him a chance.
Yeah. Yeah. Like shot up a can. Just yeah. And like what you said, right? But instead of this, right? It's this. See how the back end comes around? So the tip just stays there. So basically, I'm going to stab you, but I'm going to stab you by block here and block here.
That's okay.
Right? And that's where that bullet shape that you're thinking about is this. I totally want to. I just run and be like, hey, down. So Michael and Tracy, this is actually a drill from the last seminar series, but you need to be more preemptive. So as soon as Tracy chambers the sword up to cut, you're already forward. If her sword starts coming down and then you move, it's too late. It's too late. So you actually don't ever want to let her sword get past here. You need to catch it here, so you bend it back on her like that. Hang on. Hey, Paul, can you get this TV back on? The power went off. I think it came unplugged, or at least use the microphone or speaker on there.
Is it okay, people doing chambara and?
No, it's not okay. But I've explained it a million times, so there's nothing I can do.
Really, I want to say.
I already said it.
This TV is 25 years old, so.
So you don't want
I think it's unplugged. I have already said it many times today. You have been over there.
Even I yell that, still people do the same thing.
Oh, of course, yeah. Hey guys, Hiromi wants to say something. I'm getting the phone turned on so I can hear what you guys are saying. Hang on.
Your original old win way, like everybody has like how can I say, success experience, right? So like if I do this, I won. So I love that technique and I can use that again. And I see that a lot inside here. So like Rob said, like after you guys out the dojo, after I finish this seminar, whatever way, if you win, I'm happy. If you don't get killed, I'm very happy. But you guys pay and come and try to get some new information, right? But when I see you guys still using your favorite techniques. So, and then I feel like you don't need growth.
Maybe it's in here, huh?
Because you guys already
Just too wobbly and old or something?
No, that's because the other thing that's next to it is.
Pushed it out.
Do you understand my point? So like even though you have
That sounded like it.
put your own technique side and please
The
just simply
GoPro
try
plug, let's just push it out.
the uke, do, maybe chudan to daijodan cut through, and tori will from posei to make totoku hoshi, and after if that go this way, keep it the point use that way, and still we are using totoku shield. And is that really work or not? I want you guys try and figure out. And then, if that's really success, after out this dojo, you will get Robot Totoku and your own win super technique. Still, right? So two. But if you keep doing your technique, you still have one. So you pay for what?
Teacher.
Why you need teacher?
Hey, because they're cool. Look at these things. Are you shitting me?
My English is enough.
But to be fair, I feel like you guys are trying. I mean, I feel like you're trying to do stuff and do it. It's just, again, it's our human foibles. It's just we got reactions that are hardwired in, and it takes time to work through them. So I was telling her, like, no matter how many times I say it, it doesn't matter. As you get one extra little skill here, then the next one comes. Next, you can't be like, oh yeah, just stop doing all this shit that I did over here today. It'll take time, and you guys are trying. But something she said just sparked a memory. It's like I was talking with Raj Lefty, because he's a tennis coach, and he was talking about. Yeah, but that's exactly right. That's right, but you have to unlearn, learn. But Roger's talking about being a coach, and then people armchair quarterbacking him as a coach, right? Usually online, someone's like, well, if I was this person's coach, one of his clients, I would do blah 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 blah. It's like, did you go watch Raj coach them? He didn't say this. I mean, like, did you go watch him coach him? No, of course not. Never. So in Hombu, I would often run into this. Some foreigner, and rarely some Japanese, but the foreigners would be like, man, these Japanese teachers are shit. Like in the Japanese class, they're in the class, and like, man, have you ever seen such bad taijutsu? This terrible. And I, being somewhat naive, I'm like looking around the room, and I'm like, well, I mean, they don't live here, they don't get trained. And he's like, what? And I'm like, well, who are you talking about? And he's like, so-and-so sensei. And I'm like, are you shitting me? You're talking about the teacher in the class that we're in right now in Hombu. Yeah, I'm like, well, yeah, I understand what you're saying, because I can see holes in taijutsu. But my question is this: can you do what they're teaching? Can you replicate it? Can you do it? the way they're doing it. Can you do that? Because if you can't give an informed opinion. I hate deli mustard. I've never eaten it, never smelled it, never put it anywhere near my body, but I hate it because it's bad. Do you ever have any? No. That's the same kind of opinion. Now, it's funny how COVID has changed the tune that some of these people sing now that Soke is no longer teaching and you got to grub up to someone, right? So, but the thing is, if you can't do what the teacher's showing, you can't complain about what the teacher's teaching. So there are teachers in Japan that I definitely think have terrible taijutsu. But I've been to their class. I studied what they were doing. I practiced it and worked on it more than one time until I could do it. And then I could do it till the teacher's like, yes, like that. And then I'm like, okay, but so you agreed that I'm doing it correctly and my uke can just own me at every point along this thing. So then I can make an informed decision. This is terrible. And then therefore I don't go back to their class. What's the point? Right? But I'm not going to go to the class and just be like, poo-poo, 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 without getting the skill sets. Right? That's what I said. So you guys aren't doing that here. I don't even think you guys are remotely doing that here. You guys are coming here and trying to learn and train. And I really super duper appreciate that because I know this is outside the comfort box. I know that. And it was for me for a long, long time, right? And I still try to put myself outside the comfort zone, right? So this is wonderful. Keep going and do whatever Hitomi said to do. I'm not sure what it was. I forgot by now. GoPro, stop recording.